Chapter 737. The mystery of Hell City's death had been solved. This news spread throughout Hell City like a plague, and it also spread to every corner of the Death Mountain Range. Have you heard that the mystery of death in Hell City for 10,000 years has been uncovered by the new city lord, Xianxia, and solved it? I also heard that it was because of the invasion of the Death Aura that no one dared to stay there for too long. Otherwise, they would be haunted by the Death Aura and die. So that's how it is. No one knew about this situation all along. How did this Xianxia do it? All right, he actually dared to appear with such great fanfare. Isn't he afraid that the Goof family will come knocking on his door? No matter what, we can settle down in Hell City in peace from now on. We don't have to run around all the time. I just don't know what that Xianxia wants to do by occupying Hell City. Could it be that he really plans to dominate this place? I'm afraid it's a little too young. It had already been 7 days since Xianxia and the rest came out of the basement. In these 7 days, the number of people walking around in Hell City had obviously increased a lot. However, most of the people were still mercenaries and rogue cultivators. Ordinary merchants were rarely seen. They were definitely not satisfied with the news that had come out of Hell City. Furthermore, the transmission array of Hell City had been abandoned for many years, so it was not convenient to travel here for the time being. Therefore, the news did not spread too far. In the City Lord's mansion of Hell City, Xianxia and his trusted aides were gathered in the courtyard behind the main hall. This time was the day they were preparing to open the small coffin. After a series of arrangements, Xianxia had already set up a formation to prevent the coffin's life essence and the demon child's heart's energy from leaking out. When everything was in order, Xianxia said, "Young master, you can open the coffin now. You have to be careful, don't destroy them." Xianxia laughed excitedly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, a golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it towards the crack under the coffin lid. Swish! When the coffin cracked open a little, a pure white light instantly filled the space. A rich life force spread out, causing everyone within a few meters to feel refreshed both physically and mentally. They all felt that their skin was actually breathing greedily on its own. They all wanted to devour the life force that was being emitted. All of them could clearly feel that their life force was increasing, especially Han Kai and Mad Tooth. The two of them were absorbing the energy the fastest, and their eyes were filled with excitement. What a dense life energy! Just this energy alone is enough to extend our lifespans by over a decade. This is definitely a top-grade life energy. I wonder how many people's life energy has been collected here. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. Everyone nodded in unison. They all agreed with what Xianxia had said. One had to know that it was only a crack. What if it was completely opened? They didn't dare imagine what it would be like. Xianxia licked his lips. With a slight shake of his hand, the lid of the coffin flew up in an instant. However, when the coffin flipped over, there was no sign of life at all. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. Yi Yanfeng could not help but exclaim, "Is there nothing inside?" "No. How is that possible?" Xianxia said with a look of disbelief. He wanted to pounce forward, but he did not want to be attacked, so he could only stay where he was. Han Kai, on the other hand, was the first to rush to the small coffin. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his old eyes. What is this?" His words immediately made everyone surrounded. Only Xianxia did not move. Xianxia let out a joyful cheer. "Young master, come over quickly. It's all here. Everything is here. This is great. It has condensed qi into liquid. What top grade? It's a 1 in a million top grade. I wonder how much life force it has accumulated." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Xiao's figure was already in front of the small coffin with a whoosh. He stared at the thing inside the small coffin with his eyes wide open. His pupils exuded a strong sense of doubt and joy. Inside the small coffin, there was a pool of pure white liquid that was as calm as a mirror. This liquid was emitting a warm color like a hot spring. It was dreamy, and people could not help but want to lean down and drink a few mouthfuls of it. In the middle of this pure white liquid, There was a heart-shaped, crystal-clear, blood-colored object that was as red as bone. Needless to say, this blood-colored object was the demon heir's heart. It was actually beating gently like a human heart, causing the spring of life around it to ripple and spread out in circles. It was extremely magical. This is the demon heir's heart, Yi and Foam exclaimed. Xianxia nodded his head. Yes, this is a mature demon heir's heart. Even the dead can be brought back to life. Even the dead can be brought back to life. Ling Zhao's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. Yes, as long as the corpse hasn't decayed and the soul hasn't completely dissipated, the dead can be brought back to life. This is definitely a heaven-defying monster. Its existence is equivalent to having an extra life. Xianxia said confidently. Ling Xiao said, "It's mine." His tone was unprecedentedly firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Han Kai wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This demon heir's heart was something he greatly desired. With it, not only could he prolong his lifespan, he might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to reach the next level. If it was someone else who wanted this thing, he would have snatched it by force. However, he had chosen to cooperate with Ling Xiao, and he was optimistic about Ling Zhao's future growth. If he turned against him now, he would be too heartless. Forget it, Pingy it is. I hope he doesn't disappoint my expectations. Han Kai sighed in his heart. Before Ling Xiao sealed the small coffin again, he filled a lot of small bottles with spring of life liquid and gave one to each person. This spring of life liquid should not be underestimated. It was even more precious than the 10,000-year stone emulsion that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was comparable to an 8th-order healing pill. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it could also increase one's lifespan, allowing one to quickly recover from injuries. It could be considered a life-saving treasure. Ling Xiao had never kept these treasures for himself, but he couldn't give them all away either. In the future, more and more people would follow him, and these treasures would naturally be used in more and more places. Therefore, he needed to keep them and take them out in the future when he needed them. Ling Xiao put away the small coffin, his eyes shining with excitement. He muttered in his heart, "Meiying, you can really be resurrected now." That's right. The reason Ling Xiao wanted this demon child's heart was to have Luo Meiying consume it. As long as Luo Meiying was not resurrected, she would forever be a thorn in Ling Zhao's side. Right now, he could still continue to advance, but once he reached a higher realm, he would be unable to see through the heart and remove the devil's hindrance. Then, it would be very difficult for him to reach the peak of the martial warrior realm. Although he could also use Lu Wang's half of the undying heart, this demon child's heart was more suitable. This was because this way, Lu Wang would not suffer any injuries. After all, Lu Wang existed in his knowledge, see, and could constantly maintain his undying state. As long as he was not beheaded, he could rely on Lu Wang and the ancient Emperor Divine art to recover. It was best to keep this life-saving trump card intact. The group returned to the main hall. Ling Xiao sat at the head and said, "Now that the mystery of Hell City has been solved, what is the reaction of the outside world?" Yi and Feng stood up and replied, "Boss, the news has already spread, and when we broke the formation that day, many people knew about this fact. I believe that it won't be long before many people move in, but those who move in are all arrogant and unruly people. I'm afraid it will be difficult to manage." Ling Xiao nodded lightly, looked at Xianxia, and said, "Fraud, what good plan do you have?" Now that it was the beginning of his career, Ling Xiao naturally had to seize this opportunity. Solving the mystery of Hell City's death was the first shot at his hegemony, and the real show was about to begin. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and said, "Now that the crisis has been resolved, I believe that young Master's name will soon shake the central region. The first thing we need to do is to change the name of the city, then start recruiting city guards, rebuild the city, manage the city, and first restore the vitality of the city. Then we can plan step by step." Xianxiao's words were well received by everyone, and a look of approval appeared on their faces. Ling Xiao was puzzled. You want to change the name of the city? Xianxia nodded and said, This Hell City was named after the name of death. Now that the threat of death has been resolved, there is no need to use this inauspicious name. Han Kai agreed from the side. That's right. It's time to change the name of the city. Then what kind of city should we name it? Ling Xiao asked casually. He really hadn't thought about this question deeply. It's better for young master to choose this name, Xianxia said. That's right. Young master should choose the name of the city, Mad Tooth agreed. The others naturally didn't have any objections. They were all trusted followers of Ling Xiao, and they all followed Ling Xiao's lead. Ling Xiao pondered for a long time before saying faintly, Then, let's call it Wine Cloud City. Wind Cloud City? Everyone listened to the name in confusion. They all wanted to know what Ling Xiao meant by the name of the city. Xianxia pinched his fingers lightly, and his eyes shone with admiration as he said, The wind comes from the clouds turn into the wind and clouds rise, and the world is shaken. Good, this city is a good name. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with disdain and said, This fraud, it's just a city, and you dare to spout nonsense. That's not what I meant. Ling Xiao's original intention was that he was a person who had transmigrated to another world and was reborn. He had brought along the wind and cloud cultivation method from his previous life, which allowed him to establish a foothold in the Xianling continent, which allowed him to achieve what he had today. That was why he chose this name, hoping that he would still be able to raise the winds and scudding the clouds. From now on, Wind Cloud City would gradually shock the central region, and in the future, it would become the largest city in the central region. Chapter 738. From today onwards, Hell City will be renamed Wind Cloud City. The city lord is the first emperor, the head of the Pill Alliance, and the 7th grade alchemist young Master Ling Xiao. If you don't accept this, kill without mercy. The savage leopard's figure flashed above Hell City, and a powerful emperor-level pressure was released. His loud voice spread to every corner of the city. Everyone in the city felt the savage leopard's emperor-level pressure, and their minds became shocked and afraid. From today onwards, Hell City will be renamed Wind Cloud City. The city lord is the first emperor, the head of the Pill Alliance, and the 7th grade alchemist young Master Ling Xiao. If you don't accept this, kill without mercy. Another loud voice sounded out, and the terrifying pressure was not inferior to the savage leopards, but the figure was a bit older. This old man was Lu Kun, who had already broken through to the Emperor's stage. Now, he had actually used a top-grade Emperor pill to break through the bottleneck and become Emperor. Moreover, he had reached the peak of a low-level Emperor and could break through to a mid-level Emperor at any time. He had suppressed his cultivation at the half-Emperor level for too long, and the power he had accumulated was not something an ordinary half-Emperor could compare with. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the Emperor stage, and Ling Xiao's top-grade Emperor pill had undoubtedly helped him, allowing him to fly all the way and reach such a realm. He heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he had broken through to the next level, his lifespan had been greatly increased. Moreover, as long as he stayed by the young master's side, this level would not be his limit. As long as he worked hard for the young master, he might even become a saint in the future. The 2 Emperor-level pressure enveloped Hell City, and the people in the city were all panicking. They were afraid that the 2 Emperor-level experts would suddenly attack them. This is at least an Emperor stage expert. How could there be such an expert by Ling Xiao's side? It seems that those who want to find trouble with him will have to think about it carefully. That's right. It said that Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor, so his master must have arranged for a few helpers to be by his side. Otherwise, how could he have so brazenly appeared in the city and declare himself king? There's going to be a good show to watch. When the Gu family receives news that Ling Xiao is here, they'll definitely send people to surround and kill him. However, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious until the very end. Ling Xiao's manpower isn't bad, but compared to the Gu clan, I'm afraid it's still lacking. Moreover, this place is close to the territory of the Black Demon sect. So, it's hard to say that the Black Demon sect won't start a war. In another bustling city far away, this place was known as the Ancient City. It was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the Gu clan, one of the 18 great factions. The Gu clan's people also lived here. Ever since the younger generation of the Gu clan had participated in the royal ranking tournament, the atmosphere here had been extremely different. The disciples of the Gu family often came and went in a hurry, as if they were busy preparing for something. With the announcement of the ancient killing order, everyone in the ancient city knew what was going on. It turned out that the Gu clan's sacred weapon, the golden dragon spear, had been snatched away during the royal ranking tournament. Moreover, many of the Gu clan's disciples had been killed. Even the leader of the new generation, Gu Yufei, who was infinitely close to becoming an imperial killer, had lost his life at the hands of the enemy. The person who had snatched the golden dragon spear and killed the Gu clan's disciples was astonishingly Ling Xiao, who had won the title of First Imperial King. When the ancient killing order was announced, the entire central region was shaken. There were countless people looking for Ling Xiao. After all, the Gu clan's reward was very high. It was enough to buy 8 or 10 of Ling Xiao's lives. However, the people from the Heavenly Assassins organization who had first discovered Ling Xiao tried to intercept Ling Xiao in the medicine capital. In the end, they were all killed by Ling Xiao. Later on, Ling Xiao disappeared in the medicine capital, and the news of Ling Xiao's disappearance was also cut off. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared in Hell City, and became the city lord of Hell City, this news had already reached the ears of the Gu clan's upper echelons. Inside the Gu clan's conference hall, many of the Gu clan's upper echelons were gathered together. The ancient killing order has already been issued for more than a year. Could it be that we still haven't taken that brat's head? A dignified middle-aged man sitting at the top said coldly. This person was the Gu clan's current patriarch, Guan. He had the strength of a high-level Empyrean and was also Gu Yufei's grandfather. He had always been kind to Gu Yufei, but his grandson died before he could even grow up. It truly pained him to no end. He hated the fact that the murderer was still able to roam free and unfettered until now. An elder of the Gu family stood up and said, "Patriarch, we've received the latest news. Ling Xiao has appeared in Hell City. He's said to have taken over the city and become the lord of the city." Guan slammed the table heavily and said angrily, "Since you know where that little bastard is, why aren't you sending people over to capture him? I must tear that brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces." The elder continued, "When we were in the medicine capital, the Heavenly Slaughter sect and the others discovered Ling Xiao's whereabouts and sent out 10 Empyreans, but they all returned empty-handed. Other than Ling Xiao himself being a mid-level Empyrean, there might be other experts by his side. This time, when we go to Hell City to kill this little thief, we must make sure that nothing goes wrong. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Another elder also said, "That's right. This Ling Xiao was able to seize the title of First Emperor and has the strength to suppress his peers. Moreover, he has also broken through to the mid-level Empyrean stage, so his strength cannot be underestimated. We must have a supreme elder in charge to ensure that nothing goes wrong." Guan narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it worth it to use a supreme elder to kill such a junior? Could it be that our Gu clan's people are all useless? No matter how powerful he is still just one person. 2 fists are no match for 4 palms. To send more people over. If we still can't capture Ling Xiao, then our Gu clan will lose all face." The elders' expressions turned ugly. They also knew that Guan was right. Sending a supreme elder to capture a mere mid-level Empyrean was simply unjustifiable. Moreover, their Gu clan's complexion wasn't looking good either. Seeing that no one spoke, Guan added, "Increase the reward. Perhaps by the time our people arrive, Ling Xiao's head will already be cut off. As for the golden dragon spear, no matter what, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others. This time, let the Gu Ming lead a team to capture that little bastard. If he resists, kill him on the spot." A skinny old man walked out from a corner, bowed to Guan, and then left the hall. The elders of the Gu family looked at the skinny old man with obvious respect. Although the Gu Ming wasn't a supreme elder, his status was above them because he was a half-step emperor. Wouldn't it be easy for a half-step emperor to capture and kill a mid-level Empyrean? Before the Gu clan's people were ready to move, many forces had already set their eyes on Ling Xiao in the dark. When they received news of the Gu clan's increase in reward, they were all fired up and rushed to Windy Cloud City to kill Ling Xiao. They were also hoping to see if they would be lucky enough to obtain the Saint-grade Golden Dragon Spear. After all, the allure of a Saint-grade weapon was much more enticing than the reward. Before the storm, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to rebuild Windy Cloud City. There were many things to be done in Windy Cloud City. First of all, the buildings here were too shabby and simple. They needed to be rebuilt. However, Ling Xiao and the others naturally wouldn't do it themselves. They only surrounded the area around the city lord's mansion and rebuilt it. The rest would be left for others to slowly rebuild. However, every city needed a transmission array and auction, so they had to be built as soon as possible. With Xianxia, Old Han, and Mad Tooth's help, it was a piece of cake to build the transmission array. Once the transmission array was built, it would be much more convenient to enter and exit other cities. It would also make it easier for people from other places to come to Windy Cloud City. After the transmission array was built, Yi Yanfeng and Gu Jiaojiao immediately returned to the Gu clan to ask for help so that they could help Ling Xiao repair the auction and the buildings around the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao had done the Gu clan a favor, so the Gu clan naturally wouldn't neglect it. They immediately sent a large number of people to Windy Cloud City to help Ling Xiao rebuild the city. The Gu clan also became Ling Xiao's first solid ally. They would also send a large number of pills and spirit herbs to support Ling Xiao's auction. Ling Xiao could feel the Gu clan's sincerity and naturally wouldn't reject them. In any case, he knew that one less enemy meant one more friend. Relying on external forces wasn't the right way. Ling Xiao and Xianxia discussed for a while and began to recruit servants, maids, guards, attendants, and other people. However, there were no commoners in Windy Cloud City, so it wasn't easy to find servants and maids. These people could only be recruited by Li Shui and her 2 disciples in a nearby city. As for guards and attendants, they could be recruited in Windy Cloud City. After all, there were many mercenaries and rogue cultivators stationed here. Some of them also wanted to settle down. As long as there was enough worship, they would naturally rush over. Originally, they would take into account the Gu clan's desire to kill Ling Xiao. However, after the warning from the 2 emperors, many of them had confidence. They thought that even if the Gu clan wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they wouldn't go all out. With these 2 emperors overseeing things, they had to think carefully. In half a month, Xianxia had recruited a few sky venerables to assist Kai Xiayue and Bai Yushi in recruiting people. In the end, they recruited 1,500 spirit masters, over 500 king level, 200 earth emperors, and 50 sky venerables. Although these people had passed the selection process, they couldn't be put into important positions in a short period of time. After all, their loyalty still needed to be tested. If they were all fence-sitters, it was better not to have them. Most of these people stayed in the city to maintain order, while a small portion of them were sent to various places to spread the news of Wind Cloud City's reconstruction. They also spread the news of the unraveling of the mystery of death, as well as the news of the large-scale auction. He wanted to let the various powers and merchants know about the situation here. Only with frequent business transactions would Wind Cloud City be able to blossom in glory. Everything was going according to plan. However, in this prosperous scene, there was a hidden danger. The rallying power of the Gu clan's Gu Kill token was about to explode at this moment. Chapter 739. In the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun were chatting tenderly in their room. Yinner, once I've established my footing here, we'll bring Grandpa and our son over to live with us, okay? Ling Xiao tenderly embraced Feng Xianyun's mature and graceful waist, smelling her seductive body fragrance, as he said in an intoxicated manner. Although he loved to cultivate, He also loved the feeling of lying on a beauty's lap. He was glad that he had such a gentle and considerate wife by his side, and also glad that all the women by his side treated him well. He sighed in his heart. As long as I can find Meng Qi again, everything will be fine. With me here, no one can hurt you. With his current strength and influence, although he couldn't dominate the central region, it wasn't a problem for him to defend a region. He didn't have any particularly great ideals. He just wanted to have his women by his side, occasionally cultivate refined pills, and from time to time study the Tao of making a human with his women. That was enough. Feng Xianyan leaned into Ling Zhao's embrace and revealed an extremely affectionate expression. I wonder if Grandpa and our son are doing well. I miss them so much. After being separated from her two closest relatives for so many years, it would be strange if Feng Xianyan didn't miss them. They'd originally intended to have another child once they arrived at the Central Territory with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had always been cultivating bitterly and was tied down by many things, so they had no choice but to put their plans on hold. I also miss the little Devil King. After the city is built, I'll accompany you back. Grandpa should also enjoy his life. Ling Xiao sighed with a guilty expression. Feng Xianyan turned around and caressed Ling Zhao's firm face, considerately saying, a man should prioritize his career. When the time comes, I can go back by myself. I can't do without you here. Ling Xiao chuckled. It's fine. With Old Han and Mad Tooth here, no one could do anything to us. After establishing our might, who would dare to look down on me? Ling Xiao. As he said this, Ling Zhao's dragon eyes blossomed with strong confidence and domineeringness. The current him was already beginning to be extraordinary. All he needed was an opportunity, and it would be the time for him to soar to the 9 heavens and shock the central region. Ling Xiao continued to get people to release a message, looking for a woman called Yun Mingqi from the northwest. Anyone who found her and brought her to Wine Cloud City would be rewarded with 10 million high-grade Xian crystals and 2 7th-grade pills. Anyone who could provide the right clues would also be rewarded with 1 million high-grade Xian crystals and a 7th-grade pill. This news had undoubtedly caused quite a stir. After all, the temptation was too great. However, searching for such a person in the Central Territory was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack, and it caused everyone to feel that the chances were rather slim. With the help of a large number of people brought by the Gu family, the buildings around the City Lord's mansion were erected one by one, and the auction house in the center was also built to a certain scale. There were also patrols in the city to prevent anyone from using force in the city. If they were found to be disrespectful to the City Lord's mansion, they would be killed without mercy. On the other hand, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin had also brought back many servants and maids. They were all from ordinary families and didn't have much fighting power. They didn't have high requirements for living. As long as they had a place to feed themselves, they would be satisfied. This group of servants and maids undoubtedly solved all the daily affairs in the City Lord's mansion. Bai Yushi was arranged by Ling Xiao to train these servants so that they would know the rules of the City Lord's manor. Yao Qingmin was unwilling to fall behind and also requested to train these servants. Unfortunately, she was rejected by Ling Xiao. This girl was a little too thick-skinned. Could the servants she trained be useful? On this day, Ling Xiao walked out of the City Lord's residence in boredom. He had yet to take a good stroll around Wind Cloud City. Along the way, they saw bustling scenes everywhere. They were all building buildings, making the city quite lively. Ling Xiao passed by a dilapidated restaurant. He hesitated for a moment before walking in. Even though the restaurant was simple and crude, it was still a lively and extraordinary scene. After all, the majority of the people in the city were mercenaries and rogue cultivators. They were all martial artists who wanted to hunt spirit beasts or search for spirit herbs in the Death Mountain Range. Wind Cloud City was their temporary resting place, so the restaurant was undoubtedly the best place to relax. Ling Xiao ordered a pot of wine and sat alone in a corner, drinking alone. Ling Xiao rarely showed himself after arriving in Wind Cloud City. There weren't many people who had seen him before, and no one present recognized him. There were many people here, and there were all sorts of topics being discussed. Some said that they had discovered a high-grade spirit beast, while others said that they had obtained some high-grade spirit herb or some precious material. In short, there were all sorts of things being discussed. Finally, Ling Xiao heard something about him being discussed. City Lord Ling Xiao is really capable. He was actually able to invite the alchemy aristocratic Gu family to help him build a city. It seems like he has a close relationship with the Gu family. What's the use of that? Sooner or later, he'll have to hand over this place. The Gu family definitely won't let this matter rest. Let's not talk about the Gu family first. I heard that the rabid mercenary group wants to join forces with the other 3 mercenary groups to kill Ling Xiao and take his head to the Gu family to collect the reward. They can take over everything in the City Lord's mansion. Keep your voice down. If the people from the City Lord's mansion hear this, it won't be good. Is your information reliable? Of course it's reliable. This is what one of my brothers in the rabid mercenary group told me personally. How could it be false? Now that all the threats in the city have been removed, Ling Xiao wants to occupy this place and become the king. Perhaps he's still a little too inexperienced. Rabid mercenary group? Hurry up. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a strange smile. Previously, he had let Savage Leopard and Lu Kun announce that he had occupied the city. His goal was to let some cats and dogs settle down. Now, there was actually someone who couldn't help but jump out and challenge his authority. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted, because if he wanted to completely establish his might in Wind Cloud City, he had to pay the price of blood. However, he didn't know if the rabid mercenary group and the other mercenary groups were strong enough. Ling Xiao left the restaurant, strolled around, and then returned to the City Lord's mansion. He gathered everyone and told them about what he had heard today. Savage Leopard was the first to state his position. A bunch of mobs dares to threaten to take young master's life. Wait for me to go and destroy them all. Ling Xiao pressed his hand down and said, "It's just a bunch of small fries, just right for me to establish my might. The real ones to guard against are those people from the Heavenly Assassins organization. As far as I know, if they want to deal with someone, they will definitely not give up halfway. They won't brazenly find trouble, and most of them will choose to assassinate. And the Gu clan will probably be here soon. They're all your appetizers. Once everything in the city has stabilized, it will be the time for the Heavenly Assassins organization and the Gu clan to perish." When Ling Xiao spoke, a supreme imperial might was displayed. The Heavenly Assassins organization and the Gu clan had already become on his list of people he must destroy, and they had also become a stumbling block on his path to domination. The rabid mercenary group was the #1 mercenary group that frequently entered and exited the Death Mountain range. The leader, Yao Kuang, was a newly advanced low-level mystic emperor. Under him were 2 half-step Tharch-rank subordinates, allowing the rabid mercenary group to dominate the outer region of the Death Mountain range. Yao Kuang was lucky enough to advance to the Tharch ranked, causing him to be incomparably arrogant. Now that he received news that Ling Xiao had occupied Wind Cloud City, he felt extremely displeased. After all, that was a place that he had wanted to occupy for a long time. However, he had been unable to solve the mystery of death there, causing him to not dare to casually enter Wind Cloud City. Now that the mystery of death had been solved, Wind Cloud City had become an ownerless city. It was the best time for the rabid mercenary group to occupy it. However, because of the experts by Ling Xiao's side, he didn't dare to rashly lead his own group to forcefully occupy Wind Cloud City. Thus, he had no choice but to gather the other mercenary groups with half-step Thearchs to discuss the plan of seizing the city. He also wanted to behead Ling Xiao and send him to the Gu clan for a huge reward. Outside of Wind Cloud City, where the rabid mercenary group was stationed, Yao Kuang had gathered the leaders of the other 3 mercenary groups. These leaders were the Storm Mercenary Group's leader Yang Xianfeng, the Wolf Mercenary Group's leader Zhong Bo, and the Black Fire Mercenary Group's leader He Hua. All 3 of them were half-step Thearchs, and they were famous existences around the Death Mountain range. The 3 of you, I believe that you already know why I invited you here. What do you think? Yao Kuang went straight to the point. Yao Kuang was an old man with a square face, and he seemed to have an aura that wasn't inferior to that of a man in his prime. His round eyes revealed a fierce light, and his killing intent was unmistakable. The Storm Mercenary Group's leader Xianxia was the first to speak. "Leader Yao, your suggestion isn't bad, but you should have heard that Ling Xiao has 2 emperors by his side, and there might even be some mysterious experts. Don't you think it's too risky? I'm afraid that we'll go for wool and come home shorn." Yao Kuang coldly snorted. "Leader Yang, you can't be that timid, right? Ling Xiao does have 2 emperors by his side, but are they real emperors? At most, their cultivation is about the same as yours. With the 3 of you holding back those 2, it'll be easy for me to kill Ling Xiao. Even if that's the case, shouldn't we be more cautious?" Yang Xianfeng was a little embarrassed. To be honest, he really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Since Ling Xiao had the ability to solve the mystery of death that had lasted for 10,000 years, his methods could be seen. He wasn't optimistic about this alliance. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. The Gu family's tens of millions of high-grade, profound crystals are right in front of us. Aren't you all tempted? Also, the Wind Cloud City can now be stationed for a long time. Don't you all think about your subordinates? Yao Kuang was also very eloquent, directly cutting into everyone's interests. At this time, the leader of the Evil Wolf Mercenary Group, Zhong Bo, said sinisterly, "Leader Yao's words are right. I, Zhong Bo, am willing to help." The leader of the Black Fire Mercenary Group, Black Fire, hesitated for a moment before saying, "This matter is worth fighting for. It's best to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Gu family comes, we won't be able to reap the benefits." After struggling for a while, Yang Xianfeng still decided to withdraw from this alliance. This was because he didn't think that this operation would work at all. The other party had brazenly occupied the city and wasn't afraid of the Gu family's revenge. Did they not have anything to rely on? Chapter 740. The Rabid Mercenary Group, the Evil Wolf Mercenary Group, and the Black Fire Mercenary Group had gathered a total of 10,000 mercenaries. They rode on all kinds of mounts and headed towards Wind Cloud City. Along the way, they moved in a grandiose manner, raising an expanse of dust that filled the sky. A great power swarmed over. With such a powerful lineup, it was hard not to attract attention. Before they even arrived, Wind Cloud City was already in an uproar. With the Rabid Mercenary Group as the leader, a large number of experts from the 3 great mercenary groups have gathered and are heading towards Wind Cloud City. There's going to be a good show. It's said that the Rabid Mercenary Group's leader is the real Mystic Tharch. He also has 2 half-emperors under him. With the help of the Evil Wolf and Black Fire Mercenary Group's leaders, this lineup can be said to be powerful. I just don't know if Ling Xiao dares to accept the challenge. He also has 2 experts by his side. I don't think he will run away without fighting. That's hard to say. Ling Xiao doesn't have enough manpower. To face the 10,000 elites of the 3 great mercenary groups, ordinary 5th-grade sects can only flee at the sight of the wind. We should hurry and leave. If we are affected, this is not a joke. Within the City Lord's mansion, Ling Xiao and the others had already received the news. The newly recruited people were all terrified. They were too few in number, and their strength was not on the same level. How could they fight against them? When many people heard the news, they actually packed up and left. Only a small number of people gritted their teeth and persevered. Those who stayed behind were valued in the future and became the backbone of Wind Cloud City. In the main hall, Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, and Lu Kun couldn't help but want to fight. A group of mobs wants to get their hands on Wind Cloud City. They really don't know what's good for them. Yi Yunfeng shook the golden spear in his hand and snorted. He then said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, let me fight and kill them all." Xianxia waved his white paper fan and couldn't help but say, "You are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." Yi Yunfeng suddenly choked. Although his strength was not bad, compared to the 10,000 people, he was indeed too insignificant. He was afraid that they could drown him with just a mouthful of saliva. "Let me go. These people are nothing in my eyes," Mad Tooth said coldly. Indeed, if he, a saint, were to fight, those 10,000 people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. I'm also going to fight. Those who dare come looking for death, I'll make sure they never return, said Savage Leopard. Lu Kun also expressed his opinion. That's right. Let us fight together and raise the prestige of Wind Cloud City and raise the name of Young Master. The other girls also expressed their willingness to fight, vowing to kill the 10,000 people with high morale. This was the first battle in which they would make a name for themselves. They could not afford to lose this battle. Everyone was rubbing their fists in anticipation. Ling Xiao coughed lightly, stood up, and said faintly, "In this battle, all of you just hold the line for me. Kid, don't show off." Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao and said, he wasn't clear about Ling Xiao's combat strength, so he was afraid that something would happen to Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, Elder Han. I was able to walk out of the medicine sect in one piece, so I'm not afraid of these people. All of you hold the line for me. We must win this battle beautifully," Ling Xiao said confidently. Then, he led the crowd and flew out of the City Lord's mansion. The few cultivators who were still loyal to the City Lord's mansion also followed, looking as if they were ready to die. Ling Xiao also noticed the existence of these people. He said to Xianxia, who was beside him, "When we get back, get someone to confirm their name list. This young master will let them know how lucky they are to stay." Xianxia knew Ling Xiao's intentions and nodded lightly. "Young master, you're right. Only when you're clear about rewards and punishments will you be able to make so many people follow you. I believe that in the future, Wind Cloud City will surpass the Martial Spirit Court." The Martial Spirit Court? Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but in his heart, he didn't think so. His goal was not just the Central region. Perhaps the Heaven region was his true stage. Ling Xiao and the others landed on the mostly repaired city wall and looked at the people galloping towards them. They felt indescribably happy. Yes, they were happy, not afraid. With two saints in charge, what else was there to be afraid of? There really are 10,000 people. Ling Xiao sighed softly, his dragon eyes flashing with a strong, murderous intent. If the Gale mercenaries hadn't withdrawn, I'm afraid there would be more people. Xianxia replied from the side. When Xianxia received news that someone was going to attack Ling Xiao, he sent someone to gather information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. The Gale mercenaries? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Xianxia explained from the side. The Gale mercenaries are about the same strength as the three mercenary groups. Their leaders should know that they won't be able to pose any threat to us even if they form an alliance. So he chose to withdraw. He even sent someone to inform us of the three mercenary groups' movements. It seems like the Gale mercenaries want to form a relationship with us. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little startled, but he made a mental note of the Gale mercenaries. At this time, the 10,000 mercenaries were already at the city walls. These 10,000 people were very different from a regular group. Their formation was uneven, and their formation was especially messy. They looked like a plate of loose sand, nothing to be afraid of. Yao Kuang, Zhongbo, and Blackfire all rode their ranks 6 mounts forward. Yi Yunfeng came out and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you attack Wine Cloud City with such great fanfare? Hurry up and retreat." Yi Yunfeng's strength was not bad, but the pressure he emitted was insignificant to Yao Kuang and the others. Yao Kuang was the first to laugh. "Haha, I am Yao Kuang, the leader of the rabid mercenaries. Underworld City has always been the backyard of us brothers. When did you guys change the name to Wine Cloud City? Did you guys ask me? If you want to scram, it should be you guys. Otherwise, don't blame my 10,000 brothers for flattening the city." Yao Kuang was in a good mood. This was the first time he had led such a large force, and it made him feel a little smug. He swore that he would definitely take over Wind Cloud City, and he would be the master of this place in the future. "How dare you? Underworld City has been without a master for the past 10,000 years. My master, Ling Xiao, has uncovered the mystery of death here and taken over all the daily affairs here. You guys actually dare to provoke us? Are you trying to bully us?" Savage Leopard was an impatient person, and the moment he heard Yao Kuang's arrogant words, he immediately stood up and roared. At the same time, his emperor-ranked aura spread out towards Yao Kuang and the others. At this time, the expressions of Yao Kuang and the others changed slightly. They could finally confirm that this person was a real emperor-ranked expert, and not some half-emperor-ranked expert. Zhongbo and Blackfire, who were beside Yao Kuang, looked a little nervous. If the other person was also a real emperor-ranked expert, then this battle would not be optimistic. Even if they flattened this place, they would have to pay a heavy price. Yao Kuang withstood the pressure of Savage Leopard, and at the same time transmitted to the two, "What are you afraid of? With me holding him back, the others are a piece of cake for you guys." Then he rode his spirit beast forward and said, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and call Ling Xiao out. Grandpa Yao wants to cut off his dog head and use it as a urinal. If you guys know what's good for you, hurry up and surrender, or else my 10,000 brothers swear to flatten the city." Yao Kuang's words had undoubtedly ignited the blood of the mercenaries behind him, and they all cried out as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city. Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city. Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city." A series of voices mixed with the roars of many spirit beasts soared into the sky, causing the city to tremble. Just as Savage Leopard and Lu Kun couldn't help but attack, Ling Xiao slowly stepped out into the air. Today he wore a set of dazzling golden robes, and there were dragon and phoenix patterns on the sides of the robes. He looked so noble and eye-catching, and in addition to his handsome and elegant appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people in the distance began to secretly discuss, Is he the city lord Ling Xiao? He looks so young. Looking at his temperament, it shouldn't be fake. I didn't expect him to have a bit of courage. Facing 10,000 lions, he actually didn't retreat. He really deserves the name of the first emperor. I heard that he is the successor of the demonic emperor. If he was a coward, why would the demonic emperor take a fancy to him? I hope he doesn't disappoint. He is courageous, but there are too few people. That Yao Kuang is the true mystic emperor, and he also has the help of a few half-emperors. The result of this battle is already very obvious. You want to cut off my head and use it as a urinal? Ling Xiao looked at Yao Kuang playfully and said, his dragon eyes didn't conceal the dense killing intent. You are Ling Xiao? Yao Kuang looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right, I am Ling Xiao. All of you come at me together. I don't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao crooked his finger at Yao Kuang and said, his expression indescribably arrogant. Hearing this, Yao Kuang couldn't help but laugh wildly. I thought that Ling Xiao had some 3 heads and 6 arms. I didn't think that he was just a brat who still smells of his mother's milk. He actually wants us to come at him together. I'm dying of laughter. Following Yao Kuang's laughter, the mercenary group behind him also laughed loudly. Their expressions were filled with ridicule. Damn it, let me fight for the young master and kill these trash. Savage Leopard couldn't stand the ridicule of Ling Xiao and immediately wanted to fight. However, he was stopped by Lu Kun, Savage Leopard. Don't be anxious, the young master is enough to deal with everything. Lu Kun clearly remembered his young master's terrifying battle strength and that strange world energy. Now that his young master's strength had increased by another level, it should be effortless for him to kill these people. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao murmured and then shouted, Is it very funny? Is it very funny? The last roar was mixed with a supreme dragon's might and spread across the wilderness. It was like the roar of a real dragon, shaking everyone to the point of dizziness. Many of the weaker mercenaries were directly shaken to the point where blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they died. Ling Xiao was also angry at this moment. Chapter 741. Becoming an emperor was a stained road of no return. It was a road of bones piled up by the ashes of tens of thousands of soldiers. As the most crucial battle, Ling Xiao had to kill to establish his dominance. He had to kill decisively and quickly. Only then would he be able to shock everyone. Dragon's Tenbin's ability, Dragon's Roar, was always a surprise attack. Its lethality was absolutely astonishing. Among the 10,000 people, many King Stage martial artists immediately bled out of their 7 orifices and died. The Earth's sovereign martial artists also fell to the ground uncomfortably. Only the martial artists at the Empyrean stage and above were slightly less injured, but their minds still felt a buzzing sound reverberating. Yao Kuang and the other half-thearchs were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, they were strong enough to isolate the source of the sound in time. Yao Kuang did not expect Ling Xiao to show off his power the moment he arrived. He roared, "Let me kill you, you little bastard." With that, he rode his spirit dog and raised his saber towards Ling Xiao. Although he was a rash person, he knew that it was better to end the battle quickly. His great autonomous realm covered the area within 1,000 meters. It was as if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. The aura of a high-level heavenly venerate surged. Others only knew that he was a mid-level heavenly venerate when he was in the medicine capital. However, no one knew that he was already a high-level heavenly venerate when he came out of the medicine sect. When he was a mid-level heavenly venerate, he could already fight a mystic thearch. Now that his strength had increased, why would he be afraid of these people? He then deduced his own world force. A desolate world seemed to have returned to the beginning of the world. Waves of barbaric aura immediately spread out. Every tree, flower, and grass was like a real world, making people feel that it was exceptionally beautiful. However, in this beautiful world, there was a great murderous intent. Now, Ling Xiao's small cube world power could be compared to ordinary mystic thearch tier world's power. What's more, his small cube world's power was different from before as well. It was as if there was another kind of hidden energy. The flowers, grass, and trees represented a rich vitality. But when a grayish-black energy blew past, those vibrant plants and spirit beasts would rapidly wither and die. This power was not only the power of the innate Yin-Wind baleful qi, but it also contained the power of the death qi that could steal the life force of others. What kind of world energy is this? Why do I feel a little scared? That power seems to be very terrifying. Blackfire Mercenary Group's leader, Blackfire, said with a slightly worried expression. The leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group, Zhong Bo, exclaimed, Could this be the power of a high-grade spirit-level world? Otherwise, how could he give us such a strong sense of oppression? The two world energies collided fiercely. Rumble. The powerful energy exploded, and the terrifying shock waves caused everyone to retreat far away, afraid that they would be affected. Yao Kuang originally thought that he had Ling Xiao in the bag, but he did not expect Ling Xiao's world energies to be so terrifying that it could actually suppress his world energies. As the two clashed, he felt his mind becoming unsteady and his organs were churning. His blood was flowing nonstop, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. PFFF. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of his mouth, and his spiritual realm was instantly destroyed. He and his spirit hound were immediately engulfed by Ling Xiao's world energies. Following that, countless tree vines extended towards him and his spirit hound like tentacles. A three-eyed wolf king pounced out from a corner, directly attacking his spirit hound. The wolf and the dog began to fight. Yao Kuang was also a mercenary group's leader who had experienced countless battles of life and death. He immediately suppressed the churning blood in his body, and the huge sword in his hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows that slashed towards Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of the desolate ancient world energies. The first move of a mystic thearch was enough to split the mountains and split the earth and overturn the seas and rivers. However, it was not enough to kill Ling Xiao. Balls of grayish-black, cold hurricanes blew towards Yao Kuang. Swish, swish. Wherever the grayish-black hurricanes went, all the plants would rapidly wither and lose their life force, disappearing very quickly. Even though Yao Kuang's blade light managed to disperse the flowers, the deathly aura continued to permeate towards Mo Wuji. At first, Yao Kuang didn't pay too much attention to it. But when he discovered that his protective barrier was gradually being eroded away, he felt that something was wrong. His strong physique seemed to be losing something, and in the next moment his skin and flesh actually became incomparably wrinkled. What is going on? Yao Kuang stopped his attack and looked at his palm, which was even drier than before, and was shocked. He still did not understand what was going on, and his mind was in a mess. What he didn't know was that while he was distracted, Ling Xiao could easily kill him. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. His skin and flesh were rapidly aging, and his life force was clearly being lost. His strength seemed to be slowly weakening as well. Damn it, what kind of energy is this? It must be an illusion. Yao Kuang could not accept reality and roared. He paused for a moment and escaped from Ling Xiao's world power. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's go together, let's flatten this place and kill this little bastard." How could Ling Xiao let Yao Kuang escape so easily? The deathly aura wrapped around Yao Kuang like maggots. Yao Kuang used his powerful strength, but could not resist the combination of the Khanate Yin Wind's baleful aura and deathly aura. His black hair instantly aged and turned white, and his powerful physique gradually became thin and weak. At this moment, Yao Kuang's two half-thearchs realized the situation their commander was in. Without a second word, they led their men towards Ling Xiao. Zhongbo and Blackfire also knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. They immediately led their men and charged towards the city. In an instant, the sky was filled with murderous intent, and the aura was vast and mighty. Countless elemental attacks and colorful energy dyed half the sky red like a tide. With so many different types of energy combined, even the sky was about to be overturned. It's time to let them know that some things are not as simple as they think. Xianxia murmured and made a few strange movements with the white paper fan in his hand. A few heavenly venerables on Ling Xiao's side seemed to have received some kind of signal and immediately flew in different directions. Following that, a light screen bloomed around the city walls. Swish, swish. This light screen was like a heavenly cover, protecting the area within a few thousand meters of the city walls. The attacks from the mercenary groups were like eggs hitting a rock when they hit it, unable to destroy the defensive sky screen. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this scene, and their faces were filled with incomparable shock. When did such a terrifying defensive formation appear outside the city? This is at least a Tier 7 defensive formation. Right? That person with the fan seems to be Advisor Xianxia, who came to the city earlier. Could it be that he is also a powerful formation master? Looks like Ling Xiao has a lot of talented people by his side. With such a defensive formation, no one below the Emperor's stage can break it. It can't be wrong, but only attacking and not defending. This formation's energy will be depleted sooner or later. Advisor, what's the point of wasting time like this? Just let us fight and kill these bastards. Cruel Leopard shouted while suppressing his strong, killing intent. The others also spoke up one after another. Xianxia said resolutely, "No, this battle is the best opportunity for Ling Xiao to establish his might. We can't let you guys ruin it." Outside the city, Ling Xiao's battle strength was already on full display. 20 times his battle strength allowed his world power to expand to a terrifying extent. It was as if everything within a few thousand meters was within his range. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and like a god of war, he began a real massacre. The first to suffer was Yao Kuang, who had already lost all will to fight. He was unintentionally corroded by the strong, baleful aura of death. His life force was like flowing water, continuously draining away. His strength also fell from the mystic Tharch stage to the heavenly venerable stage, and even the earthly sovereign stage. His big head was pierced through by Ling Xiao's spear, and the remaining bit of soul force could not escape Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. A Tharch stage expert died just like that. The two half-thearchs under Yao Kuang were not much better off. Ling Zhao's peak-grade Emperor Stage world power had already drowned them in countless killing intents. None of their spirit beasts were spared as well. They were all attacked by the baleful aura of death, and gradually, they began to enjoy the feeling of aging and dying. Ling Xiao was getting excited from the killing, and his battle intent was extremely high. His entire body was covered in a glazed dragon scale armor, and he held the golden dragon spear in his hand as he entered the army of 10,000. 10,000 trees entangled, icicles rose, volcanoes erupted, divine beasts appeared, and death energy filled the air. A terrifying world, a terrifying power, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped these 10,000 people. One by one, they died from being entangled by the 10,000 trees, pierced by the icicles, blasted by the volcanoes until not even their bones remained, frightened by the might of the divine beasts, and lost all signs of life after being entangled by the death energy. Not only that, Ling Zhao's tyrant dragon spear art also unleashed destructive attacks. Countless golden dragons roared and exploded, and the martial artists in all directions were forced to abandon their armors and flee. Numerous shrill cries resounded in all directions. Countless severed limbs flew ceaselessly, and wisps of blood splattered like ink. It was like a scene from purgatory, and everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Is this still a human? He actually fought against 10,000 by himself. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Strength that surpasses his peers. No, it should be that he surpasses his peers. This is too terrifying. This kind of world power is like the end of the world. One touch and you'll die. Emperor Stage, an absolute high-grade Emperor Stage world power. Even the Archstage expert is no match for him. Once he matures, will there still be anyone in this world who can match him? Who knows? As long as he doesn't die young, he might become a legend in the future. Chapter 742. Outside Wind Cloud City, there was an ancient world of slaughter that made one's hair stand on end. It was like a world of mincemeat. People were constantly being crippled and killed. The troops of the three mercenary groups looked very majestic and powerful, but most of them were below the heavenly venerable rank. There were only a few hundred of them who were above the heavenly venerable rank. Moreover, they came from different camps, so it was impossible for them to fight together. Moreover, the scene of Ling Xiao killing Yao Kuang was deeply imprinted in their hearts. They had long since lost the confidence to face Ling Xiao. That was why such a one-sided massacre had taken place. If they were a group of people who had been trained for a long time and knew how to attack together, Ling Xiao might not have been able to kill them so easily. Zhongbo and Black Fire, who were half-emperors, hadn't died yet. It was just that their hearts had turned cold. They were filled with regret. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao was so abnormal? He was only a high-level heavenly venerable, but he was already able to display the power of an emperor-level world. Moreover, this wasn't any ordinary world power. It was an emperor-level world power. They were afraid. They were afraid of following in Yao Kuang's footsteps. There was only one thought in their minds: run. Unfortunately, they were enveloped by Ling Zhao's world power. The various attacks made it difficult for them to deal with them. City Lord Ling, please be merciful. I, Zhongbo, surrender. Zhongbo had already lost all confidence. He begged Ling Xiao, who was waving his golden dragon spear. Blackfire didn't hesitate when he heard Zhongbo's words. Yes, City Lord Ling, we surrender, we surrender. Please let us go. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate. They still had many days to live, so they didn't want to die just like that. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He moved like a god and appeared in front of them. The golden dragon spear smashed down mercilessly at them. Tyrannical dragon spear art, Dance with Dragons. A series of tiny golden dragons containing violent power blasted toward the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Just as they were about to flee, they were entangled by countless tree vines. This short delay was enough to take their lives. No, Their pupils constricted as they roared in unwillingness. Boom, boom, boom. Along with a rumble, 2 quasi-emperors perished just like that. Phew, I can't hold on anymore. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His aura instantly dropped by quite a bit, and the range of his world power also shrunk by quite a bit. He glanced around at the people who were still alive and shouted, "Those who don't surrender will die. Those who did not surrender would die." This dignified voice spread throughout the battlefield outside of Wind Cloud City. Ling Zhao's entire body was wrapped in a glazed dragon scale armor, and a giant golden dragon phantom appeared above his head as if it had solidified. The might of an ancient emperor made people unable to help but have an impulse to worship him. The people around Xianxia bowed to Ling Xiao and shouted, "The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die. The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die. The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die." A majestic voice that was like the descent of heavenly might spread in all directions. It was like a morning bell that ruthlessly pounded on everyone's hearts. Whether it was the invading mercenaries or the people watching from afar, all of them felt an irresistible heavenly might that made their hearts tremble. In the end, their psychological defenses were completely shattered by the majestic figure that was like a war god and an emperor. One by one, they threw down the weapons in their hands, stopped resisting, and knelt towards that figure. 1, 10, 100. In the end, the remaining 5,000 to 6,000 mercenaries who had yet to die all surrendered. The dense mass of people looked incomparably majestic and shocking. The person in the sky had an imposing aura that was unstoppable by 10,000 enemies. It was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, including those who followed him. Everyone was filled with reverence, and worship. "Young master is so handsome." Yao Qingmin looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of stars and exclaimed. At the side, Bing Ruoshui's eyes were also filled with admiration. She nodded repeatedly and said, "In so mighty, so cool." The girls at the side were all infatuated. It was as if this was the first time they had seen such a mighty Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with stars. Xian Yao lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "The might of an emperor has already begun to appear. Who else can stop young master's footsteps?" Yi Yinfeng said excitedly, "If only I had half of young master's ability." In young master's eyes, Emperor Xian was like a dog being slaughtered. Han Kai sighed softly. "Not bad. This brat's future path has already been opened. Unless an old, undying man appears, the future world will definitely belong to this brat." Only now did Mad Tooth truly witness Ling Zhao's ferocious slaughter. He finally understood why his big brother, Savage Leopard, was so loyal to Ling Xiao. In addition to his abnormal combat strength, he was also a high-grade alchemist. With such a young emperor with 2 identities, if he wasn't worth following, who else was worth following? Ling Xiao glanced at them with satisfaction and retracted his aura. Only then did he say faintly, "Yin Savage Leopard, Uncle Lu, I'll leave them to you to deal with. Whoever is willing to submit to me, Ling Xiao, can be the guards of the city." The reason why Ling Xiao let the 3 of them take care of these people was because Feng Xianyun could use poison to control them first, so that they wouldn't dare to betray him. Savage Leopard and Lu Kun both had a certain amount of ruling ability, and they could also suppress these people. Xian Yao then ordered the warriors who had followed Ling Xiao to start cleaning up the battlefield. After this battle, Ling Xiao's limelight was boundless. No one in Wind Cloud City or around the Death Mountain range dared to provoke him again. Instead, many warriors began to seek refuge with Ling Xiao. For a moment, Wind Cloud City was plagued by warriors. Thus, Ling Xiao had no choice but to let Xian Yao carefully select the people. Those without strength, who did not obey the manager, and who were not loyal enough, were not allowed to join the Castellan's manor. Although Ling Xiao had a little bit of wealth, it was impossible for him to support everyone. Xian Yao also began to propose another management plan, allowing many warriors to be self-sufficient, temporarily solving Ling Zhao's urgent problem. That was to let most of the warriors take turns to enter the Death Mountain range to hunt spirit beasts or search for spirit herbs, and let them pay tribute to the Castellan's Manor. They could accumulate points, and at that time, the Castellan's Manor could provide them with some kind of advancement elixir, or matching mystical skills, or spirit weapons. When they reached a certain point, they could also become a member of the Castellan's Manor, and their status would be greatly improved. This move undoubtedly encouraged the warriors who sought refuge with Ling Xiao. They didn't have to worry about losing their freedom, and they didn't have to worry about becoming a slave in the Castellan's Manor. Of course, this plan of indulgence was only for the people outside the Castellan's Manor. After becoming a member of the Inner Palace, the situation was very different. The people in the Inner Palace would be Ling Xiao's true subordinates. They would receive very good training, and at the same time, the requirements would be very high. On this day, another large group of people came to seek refuge with Ling Xiao. They were the people of the Storm Mercenary Group, led by their leader, Yang Xianfeng. Ling Xiao sat on the jade throne in the main hall, and the majesty of the Castellan was unquestionable. Yang Xianfeng brought a few of his best friends and knelt nervously in front of Ling Xiao. In a battle not long ago, they had all seen with their own eyes that this smiling young man was definitely a master who did not hesitate to kill people. If the other party was not satisfied, they were afraid that they would not be able to walk out of the Castellan's Manor. Ling Xiao did not speak, but Xianxia, who was sitting below, said indifferently, "I don't know why Leader Yang wants to join my Castellan's Manor. With the strength of your mercenary group, you should be the strongest in the Death Mountain range." Xianyao's words were to test the loyalty of Yang Xianfeng and the others. Yang Xianfeng unhurriedly said, "Castellan Ling has come to Winecloud City, killed the leaders of the 3 great mercenary groups, and subdued 3 groups of soldiers. Although these soldiers are not small, there are not many who can be used. So this Yang dares to recommend myself and become a loyal follower of Castellan Ling. The 3,000 soldiers under me will be at Castellan Ling's disposal." Yang Xianfeng's decision to seek refuge with Ling Xiao was a decision made after much consideration. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was unparalleled, and he was also a grade 7 alchemist. If he followed Ling Xiao, he would definitely be able to improve further in the future. He was also tired of hunting spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range and searching for opportunities. He also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being bestowed. Moreover, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's future prospects. Yang Xianfeng's personality was different from Yao Kuang's. His thoughts were crude, but he was meticulous, and he knew when to give up. Furthermore, his ambitions were not very big, which meant that he could only become a talented general and not the material to become a king. Xianyao looked at Yang Xianfeng's facial features and had already seen through Yang Xianfeng. Xianyao said, "My young master is indeed in need of manpower, and we do not doubt Commander Yang's intention to seek refuge with us. It's just that you guys came empty-handed. Isn't it a little lacking in sincerity?" Yang Xianfeng was already prepared and immediately took out a pile of high-grade spirit herbs. "This is a little something from this Yang. I only hope that Castellan Ling can take us in, and we will do our best to help Castellan Ling." The pile of spirit herbs in front of him were all level 5 and above, with quite a few level 6 and level 7 spirit herbs. With Yang Xianfeng's half-emperor strength, the fact that he was able to take out these spirit herbs was already enough to show his sincerity. Xianyao glanced at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's decision. Yang Xianfeng and his brothers looked at Ling Xiao nervously, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Ling Xiao's fingers lightly tapped on the side of his chair, and his eyes stared at the few people below as if he wanted to see through their hearts. "It's not difficult for me to take you guys in, and I don't need these spirit herbs. As long as you can help me with one thing, you can immediately become an Inner Palace Elder," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yang Xianfeng and the others immediately expressed, "Castellan Ling, please tell us. We will definitely complete this task with our lives." Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said indifferently, "The Gu family's people are about to arrive in my Wind Cloud City. Just bring their heads to me." When Xianxia and the others heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 743. The Gu clan received news of Ling Xiao and sent an inner elder, Gu Ming, to win Cloud City to capture Ling Xiao. Of course, the Gu clan couldn't just send Gu Ming, a half-emperor, along with another half-emperor, Xianxia. He was a consecrated elder of the Gu clan, along with 20 mid-level and above heavenly venerables. The Gu clan felt that this was enough to capture or kill Ling Xiao. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived at the neighboring city, Waterling City. This city was connected by 2 rivers, and there were many ships on the river. Many scholars and poets were reciting poems. It was as if they had left this murderous world, looking extremely elegant and tranquil. The 22 people from the Gu clan stopped at one of the ships to rest. They wanted to find out more about Ling Xiao before heading to Wine Cloud City. Originally, they wanted to immediately head to Wine Cloud City to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they first arrived at Waterling City, they heard news about Ling Xiao. 10 days ago, Ling Xiao had single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, shocking everyone in the world. They couldn't help but take this news seriously. If Ling Xiao really had this kind of ability, then wouldn't they be courting death if they went looking for trouble with Ling Xiao? Inside the ship, the Gu clan's people were sitting, and there were even 2 captured mercenaries. Gu Ming stared at the 2 mercenaries and said, "Speak quickly. Are you telling the truth? If there's even half a word of falsehood, you'll immediately die in the belly of the fish." Gu Ming's half-emperor Cultivation caused the 2 Earth sovereign mercenaries to tremble in fear. One of them stuttered, My lord, we're all telling the truth. Our captain is a mystic emperor, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. He's too powerful. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have died at Ling Xiao's hands." Another mercenary also replied, Yes, my lord. That Ling Xiao is too scary. 10,000 of us were killed by him with a single thought. He is a murderous demon." As soon as the mercenary finished speaking, the ancient Ming raised his finger and pointed at the mercenary's forehead. Xiao! A sharp metal energy immediately pierced through the mercenary's head. Nonsense! Even if a mid-stage heavenly sovereign can suppress his generation, how could he kill so many enemies on his own? There were even several sovereigns present, shouted the ancient Ming. He felt that the person just now was talking nonsense. Even with his strength, it was impossible for him to kill 10,000 people with a single thought. The other mercenary was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He kept kowtowing towards the ancient Ming and begged, "Spare me, my lord, please spare me." The ancient Ming asked again, "Say it again. If there is any falsehood, I will kill you." The mercenary once again recounted the whole story in a trembling voice. However, this time, he couldn't say it like before. Instead, he said that the reason Ling Xiao was able to defeat 10,000 of them was because he had set up a killing formation that trapped most of them. That was why Ling Xiao was able to win by a fluke. The ancient Ming was very satisfied with this answer. Like I said, Ling Xiao is only a newly ascended heavenly sovereign. How could he have the strength to kill the mystic sovereign? He must have relied on this killing formation to defeat you fools. The mercenary cursed bitterly in his heart. It's still not certain who's the fool here. Elder Ming, now that Ling Xiao has set up a killing formation, if we rashly go in, I'm afraid. Xianxia worriedly spoke. The ancient Ming waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. Ling Xiao's killing formation cannot be prepared at all times. Moreover, the alliance of the 3 mercenaries is also an idiot. They actually dared to openly kill people and occupy the city. Aren't they giving the enemy a chance to prepare? We only need to enter the city as ordinary people and not alert the enemy. As long as we enter the city, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. With this in mind, the ancient Ming casually killed the mercenary. Then, he changed into an ordinary martial artist's martial attire and took a pill that could hide his aura. Then, he rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Just when they thought that this trip would be smooth sailing, they didn't know that a dead end was waiting for them. Outside of Wind Cloud City, Yang Xianfeng had been waiting for a long time with his 3,000 brothers. In addition to Yang Xianfeng being a half-step emperor, his sworn brother Wang Teng was also a newly ascended half-step emperor. There were close to 100 people at the Empyrean realm, more than 1,000 Earth sovereigns, and the rest were at the King realm. This kind of lineup was abnormally strong, comparable to the strength of a fifth-grade sect. Wang Teng whispered to Yang Xianfeng, "Big brother, is it worth it for us to openly become enemies with the Gu family?" Yang Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "I made this decision when I chose to follow City Lord Ling. Since he dared to openly occupy a city and proclaim himself king, he should have a trump card to deal with the Gu family. Don't forget, he is the disciple of the legendary demonic emperor. At first, I thought that it was just a far-fetched rumor, but after that battle, I completely believed it. If he wasn't the disciple of the demonic emperor, how could he have such terrifying strength? But the Gu family is an old power. How can their foundation be compared to Ling? City Lord Ling." Wang Ting voiced out his concerns. Although he was very optimistic about Ling Zhao's future prospects, he was still very worried about becoming enemies with the Gu family. He didn't expect that Ling Zhao would actually give them such a task. If they didn't kill the people from the Gu family, then they wouldn't be able to obtain Ling Zhao's approval. But if they killed the people from the Gu family, they would have no way out. They could only follow by Ling Zhao's side. Yang Xianfeng was silent for a moment before he said, "So, this is a bet. I see that City Lord Ling will definitely be able to contend against the Gu family, and I also see my life's path. If my sworn brother doesn't have the confidence, you can back out now. I definitely won't stop you." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, we are sworn brothers. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but to die on the same day, month, and year. This little brother is willing to follow Big Brother through fire and water, no matter what." Yang Xianfeng patted Wang Teng's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Don't worry, your big brother's choices are rarely wrong, and this time is no exception." At this time, a commoner-like person appeared in front of Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng and knelt on one knee, reporting, "Captain, Vice Captain, we have arrived." Yang Xianfeng lightly waved his hand, then glanced at Wang Teng and brandished his spear. "Brothers, follow me into battle. We must make sure that no one is left." 3,000 mercenaries rode all kinds of spirit beasts and moved out. The Guming's group that had just approached Windy Cloud City felt this vast and powerful aura. The Guming frowned. "What's going on? It seems like a large group of people is coming towards us." Xianxia spoke from his side. "They shouldn't be coming for us. Perhaps there's a battle going on." The Guming nodded. "To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's let them pass first. Once we take down Ling Xiao, we'll see who dares to disrespect our Gu family." Just as the group was about to dodge, the several thousand people quickly surrounded them. The expressions of the Gu Ming's group slightly changed. They didn't understand why these mercenaries would suddenly find them. Could it be that these were the roving bandits? "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The Gu Ming frowned and asked faintly. The Gu Ming began to worry because he could clearly feel the ferocity of these people. The two leading them were even as strong as him. Yang Xianfeng stepped forward with a spear. "Are you from the Gu family?" The Gu Ming replied, "You're mistaken. We're just passers-by who want to go to Windy Cloud City to stretch our legs." The Gu Ming's group had already concealed their strength and were only ordinary monarchs in the eyes of others. They didn't want to expose themselves and let Ling Xiao run away. Wang Teng sneered. "You want to enter Windy Cloud City? Sure. But leave behind your spatial rings and spirit beast wrist guards." The Gu Ming's group paled. They didn't understand what these people were planning. Xianxia was a half-emperor, as well as a sinecure elder of the Gu clan, so he had never suffered such humiliation before. The Gu Ming pulled him back and gave him a meaningful glance before taking out a lot of Xian crystals. "Everyone, we are just ordinary people doing business. Here are some Xian crystals. Can you please let us live?" Wang Teng stepped forward and put away the Xian crystals. He said disdainfully, "The people of the Gu family are really stingy. They actually want to send us away with 1,000,000 middle-grade Xian crystals. It really makes me speechless. Who the hell are you people?" The Guming knew that the other party was toying with them and immediately shouted, displaying the aura of a half-step emperor. Yang Xianfeng laughed. "Who we are isn't important. The important thing is that you can't enter Windy Cloud City." Having said that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately cooperated with the spirit beasts to open fire. All kinds of attribute attacks fell from the sky. Although the aura wasn't as frightening as when Ling Xiao fought 10,000 by himself, it was still very frightening. The Guming's group was startled. They didn't expect to be ambushed like this before even reaching Windy Cloud City, causing them to panic. The Guming was indeed worthy of being a leader. He rushed towards Yang Xianfeng and shouted, "Who the hell are you people? You dare to oppose our Gu family. Do you not want to live anymore?" He also summoned his spirit beast protector in order to capture Yang Xianfeng as soon as possible and avoid the fate of being intercepted. However, Yang Xianfeng wasn't a soft sieve. He raised a spear and clashed with the Gu Ming while sneering, daring to offend City Lord Ling. "You are truly courting death." The Gu Ming's heart sank. It turned out that these people were really sent by Ling Xiao to kill them. The Gu Ming wanted to escape and report back to the family so that they could quickly send a supreme elder to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Yang Xianfeng's group had already accepted Ling Xiao's death order. They absolutely couldn't let anyone from the Gu family escape. The 3,000 mercenaries completely submerged the 22 people from the Gu family. This was a completely one-sided battle without any mishaps. Chapter 744. Inside the Gu family's main hall, the Gu family's patriarch, Gu En, once again gathered all the members of the Elders Association. His current expression was incomparably unsightly, as if he had eaten a few flies, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. He sat on the main seat with a sorrowful expression and said, "Elder Gu Ming and the others, they are all dead." As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the seated elders became abnormally unsightly. At the same time, there was also a hint of surprise. They were very clear about the strength of the Gu Ming. There was another consecrated elder with them, a total of 22 people, all of whom were first-rate experts in their clan, but all of them had fallen. This made them feel incredulous and shocked at the same time. What the hell is going on? Isn't that Ling Xiao only at the middle stage of the Empyrean realm? Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to make Elder Gu Ming and the others stay. That's right, is there something wrong? Even the real Mystic the Arch would have to go through a lot of trouble to make them stay, let alone kill them all. This is impossible. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has 3 heads and 2 arms? If that's really the case, we might have to ask the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. I think it's better to send someone to find out the truth first before making any plans. That Ling Xiao is rebuilding Hell City. I don't think he will leave in a short period of time. The elders present were all talking at once, causing the main hall to become noisy. Guan frowned and shouted, "Enough! All of you quiet down." Guan had spoken, and everyone quieted down once more. Guan continued, "The fall of Elder Gu Ming and the others is an indisputable fact. According to the time of departure, they should have been killed after arriving at Hell City. So, this time, we underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. What do you think we should do? If this gets out, our Gu family's face will be completely lost." Some of the elders were dissatisfied and thought, "You underestimated yourself, not us. I told you to ask the Supreme Elder to come out earlier. Now that something has happened, you can't drag us down with you." An elder stood up and said, "There must be something fishy about this matter. Why don't we send someone to investigate the situation first before making a decision?" Guan said unhappily, "Could it be that we're going to let that bastard continue acting arrogantly? What will others think of our Gu family?" Indeed, as one of the 18 great forces, the Gu clan had sent out the Gu kill order. Now that they were aware of Ling Xiao's movements, they would be laughed at if they did not do anything. For a moment, All the elders were at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. "You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll go and kill that brat and take back the golden dragon spear." As the voice faded, an old man entered the hall with a beautiful young lady. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize this old man. It was the supreme elder of the Gu clan, Gu Xing, whom he had met at the Enlightenment Pool. He was a true mystic Tharch, and the person beside him was Gu Xiaoa. Gu Xiaoa's figure was still as graceful as a snake, and her body was curvaceous. Any man who laid eyes on her couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, her originally beautiful face had become incomparably cold, and she gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. Her originally soft golden hair had actually turned silver white. It was a breathtaking coldness and a devilish coolness. Compared to when she was in the chaos abyss of war, she had changed a lot. After not seeing her for almost 2 years, her strength had actually exploded to the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. This speed was truly shocking. When the Gu clan's elder saw the newcomer, he immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Xing." Gu Xing's expression was filled with displeasure. "What's the point of discussing here? That brat is so free and unfettered outside. Can't you come up with any ideas? Our Gu clan isn't that easy to kill. Since we know where he is, we should have sent a large number of people to deal with him. Isn't sending a few pieces of trash a disgrace to our Gu clan?" Everyone lowered their heads at Gu Xing's words, not daring to utter a single word. Guan spoke up, "Fifth grandfather, that Ling Xiao is only a mid-level heavenly venerable, but he was able to kill Gu Ming and Zhang Shi. Could there be something fishy about this?" Gu Xing furrowed his brows. "Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic Tharch, so he must have some trump cards. Moreover, he has our Gu clan's golden dragon spear. It's not difficult for him to fight above his level. Moreover, that Dao In from the spiritual martial court might be supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to occupy a city so openly and let everyone in the central region know about it. Dao In from the spiritual martial court." Gu In's expression changed. The other Gu clan elders' expressions also changed. If the spiritual martial court got involved, then it would be difficult for the Gu clan. Gu Xing said, "Don't worry. Dao In is only repaying the demonic Thearcha's kindness. He doesn't represent the spiritual martial court's will. There's no need for you to discuss this matter any further. I will personally take that brat's head to wash away the humiliation of our Gu clan." At this time, Gu Xiao said coldly, "His head is mine." At the same time, a strange aura bloomed, startling all the elders present. Their eyes flashed with astonishment as they thought to themselves, "Could it be that this girl has inherited our ancestors' legacy?" Yang Xianfeng and the others killed the Gu clan's ancient Ming and obtained Ling Zhao's approval. Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng originally thought that it would be good enough if they could catch Ling Zhao's attention and enter the inner palace. However, when they received Ling Zhao's reward, they were so happy that they almost cried. Not only did Ling Xiao arrange for them to enter the inner palace as elders, but he also gave each of them a supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir. This sudden bonus really made the two of them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. It was as if they had been pulled from hell to heaven in an instant. The two of them were extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. They finally knew that they had followed the right master. Reaching the emperor rank was actually so close at hand. If they had chosen to ally with Yao Kuang and the others, only death would have been waiting for them. If they had not come to seek shelter, they would not have had the chance to obtain the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir. They were really exclaiming in their hearts, "We're so lucky." Although Ling Xiao had incorporated the Gale mercenaries, he did not disperse them. Instead, he assigned the other 3 mercenary groups that had surrendered to Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng, and they were divided into 2 teams. On one hand, it was to increase the city's defenses, and on the other hand, it was to continue hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to enrich their wealth. A small number of people were also assigned to repair the city. In a short span of 2 months, Wind Cloud City had changed completely. It was no longer a dilapidated city. All the buildings had been renovated, and there were many more people on the streets than usual. Originally, only martial artists stayed here, but now there were many more merchants and commoners. Many of them came from nearby cities and villages, and there were also many who came from faraway cities. A newly built city would definitely bring about huge business opportunities, and there would be many empty spaces for them to rest in. The reason why they dared to settle down here was because they relied on Ling Zhao's reputation and a series of preferential policies that he had implemented to manage the city. Moreover, the auction was the most important thing. Wind Cloud City's first auction would be held next month. At that time, there would be the Spring of Life Liquid, half-tier sage artifacts, 7th-tier elixirs, and a series of other rare treasures. The Spring of Life Liquid was a peerless elixir that could bring people back from the dead. It could improve one's physique and increase one's lifespan. Even 10,000 crystals would be hard to come by. Half-tier sage artifacts were also extremely precious. Normally, only the 18 major forces would have them, and to them, they were also clan-guarding sage artifacts. There is no need to mention the value of a 7th-tier elixir, and one could imagine how tempting the supreme-grade Mystic Emperor elixir was to many half-emperors. When these 3 items were publicized, it caused a frenzy in many places in the central region. Many people from various forces and powerful itinerant cultivators brought along huge sums of money and started to gather in Wind Cloud City. In an instant, Wind Cloud City's reputation spread to almost every corner of the central region, and the city lord, Ling Xiao, became a household name. Not only did his glory as the first martial emperor and Elixir Association champion make him famous in the central region, but the ancient killing token also made him a well-known public figure. Furthermore, the battle outside Wind Cloud City had caused his name to spread far and wide. There were more and more rumors about Ling Xiao. Some said that he was the only disciple of the evil emperor and that he would become a new legend. Some said that he was the reincarnation of the true dragon son of heaven because every time he fought, a golden dragon would appear. Some said that he was the disciple of an alchemist saint because he was already a 7th-tier alchemist. In short, there were different legends about him. His name could be considered to have caused a stir in the central region. Ji Beixin, who was in the Feng family, had already received news of everything that Ling Xiao had done in Wind Cloud City. She was proud of him, and she could not wait to rush to Ling Xiao's side and live with him forever. Feng Yaxin quietly appeared behind Ji Beixin and smiled. "Little sister Xian, are you thinking about that heartless man again?" The 2 women's beauty was unparalleled, and when they stood together, it was quite an eye-catching sight. Ji Beixin put away the zither that Ling Xiao had given her, and a charming smile appeared on her face as she said, "Sister Yaxin, you're speaking ill of him again. I don't think he's offended you, right?" Feng Yaxin chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you worried about him?" Ji Beixin pouted. "I'm going to ignore you. Haha, I have good news for you today." Feng Yaxin stopped teasing Ji Beixin and changed the topic. "What good news? Did something thrilling happen to him?" Ji Beixin asked with a joyful expression. Feng Yaxin smiled. "You really want him to cause more trouble before you're satisfied." She paused for a moment before continuing. "The family sent us to Wind Cloud City to participate in the auction. Now you can see your heartless man." Chapter 745. The Dongfang clan was an ancient clan. Among the many ancient clans, they had the longest history. Their strength and heritage were not something ordinary clans could compare to. The power they established was close to the East Sea. Its geographical location was excellent, and it produced many water-type spirit beasts and spirit herbs. The land under their jurisdiction was rich and healthy. People lived and worked in peace and contentment, and there were few conflicts. In a beautiful and exquisite courtyard of the Dongfang clan, this place was filled with fragrant spirit flowers and herbs. In a simple and elegant bamboo house, there was a beautiful woman brewing fragrant spirit tea. This woman's facial features were exquisite, as if they were carved. Every part of her was matched perfectly. Her tight suit accentuated her beautiful figure perfectly. Her towering breasts, slender waist, and perky buttocks all gave off a fatal temptation. The little princess of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Jing, had countless pursuers. Among them, there was no lack of young geniuses from various forces. Among them, Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, Shangwan Yun of the Shangwan clan, and Lei Hu of the Purple Thunder sect were the most outstanding. They were all outstanding young geniuses like Dongfang Jing, and they were also the focus of cultivation by various forces. Their strength was already the best in this generation, and they were comparable to the Dongfang clan. They were considered the most likely to win Dongfang Jing's heart. However, no matter how outstanding these people were, or how powerful their backgrounds were, Dongfang Jing was unmoved. Because there was already a person in her heart, a man she had long since thought highly of. A man who could suppress his peers, a person who surpassed his peers. But now, that person was rapidly rising like a comet. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes glanced at the swaying green bamboo outside the window, and a bewitching smile appeared on her face, revealing a row of white teeth, and she murmured, "The 10 years agreement is still too long, I'm afraid. I can't even hold on for 5 years." She and Ling Xiao had made a promise in the chaotic abyss of war, asking Ling Xiao to come to the Dongfang clan after 10 years to propose. Now, only 2 years had passed, but she felt that it had been a long time. One reason was that Ling Xiao was getting more and more outstanding, and his understanding was also getting higher and higher. When he became an overlord, there would definitely be all kinds of women throwing themselves into his arms, which made her feel a sense of crisis. I, Dongfang Jing, have never lost anything that I, Dongfang Jing, have set my eyes on, and this time will not be an exception. Dongfang Jing released a confident radiance. She was like a proud and beautiful peacock, giving people a feeling of looking up to her. At this moment, a tower-like man stepped into the quiet and secluded courtyard. He walked to the front of the bamboo house, but didn't step in because his sturdy and huge body would crush the bamboo house. He called from the door, "Little sister, I have 2 pieces of good news for you." His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the villa. Dongfang Jing walked out with light and graceful steps. She rolled her eyes at her tall and mighty cousin, Dongfang Xiong, and said, "Big brother, every time you have good news, it is bad news for me. All right, are those fellows in the clan urging me to marry again?" Dongfang Jing was no longer young, and there were endless streams of people coming to propose marriage. She had already gotten used to it all these years. Those who proposed marriage were rejected by her one by one, but there were many people in the clan who were restless. Although the Dongfang family was the head of the many families, when it came to their generation, they were a little short of talent. They had to rely on marriage to maintain their family's strong position. This was also an unavoidable marriage for the disciples of any large family. Dongfang Jing had already seen through it, but as the little princess of the Dongfang family, she was deeply loved by the old lady of the Dongfang family. Not many people dared to force her to do anything. Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly. "Little sister, your guess this time is not completely correct." Dongfang Jing looked at Dongfang Xiong with some doubt, indicating for him to continue. Dongfang Xiong continued. "This time, the one who proposed marriage was Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Hall. Most of the people in the family are leaning towards him. I hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. And there are also people who have gone to ask the old lady. You guessed it right. There is another piece of news that I think you will be very interested in, and that is that my brother-in-law is holding an auction in Wind Cloud City, causing everyone in the central region to know about it, and many great powers have started to send people to bid." Dongfang Jing said with a look of joy and astonishment, "What kind of treasures does he have at the auction? To actually be able to make their people move upon hearing the news? They won't be interested in ordinary things." Dongfang Xiong laughed and said, "Little sister is indeed smart. You guessed it right away. Little sister does have some ability to actually have that kind of spring liquid of life that is rarely seen in 10,000 years, and is even willing to take out a half-step sacred artifact to auction." Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of a lotus flower, and she muttered, Could it be that the family wants us to go and auction off the spring liquid of life? Dongfang Xiong replied, That's right, the old ancestor's body is getting worse by the day. Although our clan has many good things for her to enjoy, at her level, ordinary things are no longer of any use. That spring liquid of life can coincidentally make the old ancestor rejuvenate. Perhaps it can even help her advance a step further, but Dongfang Jing impatiently asked, But what? It's just that you don't have a share in this trip. Those old men at home all want you to get engaged to that Kong Lan as soon as possible. And there are also people who support that guy Shang Wanyan. On the other hand, Lei Hu seems to have withdrawn from this game, Dongfang Xiong said. After Dongfang Jing heard this, she was silent for a long time before saying, I understand. I must go on this trip to Wine Cloud City. The current gathering point of the central region, Wind Cloud City, was no longer the same as before. The originally lifeless city was bustling with noise and excitement, as if it had been reborn as the new year. There were only 5 days left until the auction, and there were already countless people crowding into the city. These people were all people from the various powers of the central region, as well as people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. All sorts of shops were quickly set up on both sides of the main roads of Wind Cloud City, selling all sorts of dazzling goods. There were also many cultivators who took out resources they didn't need and began to trade freely. It turned out that the wandering warriors in this area had a place to rest. The bandits in this area had long been driven away by Ling Zhao's guards of the city lord's mansion, creating a peaceful environment here. Even those fiends who hadn't left didn't dare to cause trouble. They had all seen Ling Zhao's terrifying strength, and if they were to provoke him, they would likely die without a place to be buried. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao listened to the reports from the people around him. His face was calm and composed, and no one could tell what he was thinking. In reality, he was already incomparably happy. Now that he had successfully taken the first step in his life, it was time to start reaping the harvest. Yuer, how are the preparations for the auction going? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the charming Kai Xiaoyu. Previously, Kai Xiaoyu had the experience of rebuilding Goose City and preparing for the auction, so the matters of this auction were handed over to her. Kai Xiaoyu replied, Everything is ready. It's just that the auctioneer hasn't found a suitable one yet. Is it hard to find this auctioneer? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. There are so many people in the city now, so why couldn't he find a single auctioneer? Ling Xiao had also participated in many auctions, and he discovered that the auctioneer was just the person who spoke and set the price. It shouldn't be that hard to find. Kai Xiaoyu explained, This is our first time holding an auction. We must find someone with good eloquence and outstanding looks to take charge. We must not be careless. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, Were is right. Then let's look for it carefully. We will definitely find a suitable candidate. Everyone, think about it and see if there is a suitable candidate. At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, Actually, this problem is very easy to solve. We have a suitable candidate here. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Xianxia looked at one side and said, I think Miss Qingmin is very suitable for the role of auctioneer. This time, all the gazes shifted to Yao Qingmin. In terms of appearance, Yao Qingmin was already invincible. She claimed to be the #1 beauty in the central region, and her appearance was naturally not bragging. Her curvaceous figure was definitely something that anyone could think of. Coupled with her sweet voice, she did indeed have some of the qualifications of an auctioneer. Can I do it? Yao Qingmin didn't expect Xianxia to talk about her. She immediately pointed at her nose and asked. Her heart was already blooming. She had always been a lively woman. She was imagining that it would be very fun to be an auctioneer. However, Ling Xiao looked at the silly girl suspiciously and said, This. God tricked her. She's a bit thick-skinned, I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Yao Qingmin immediately jumped out. Her beautiful eyes kept shooting at Ling Xiao, and she said with a coquettish tone, Young master, how am I thick-skinned? I'm pure and beautiful, intelligent and intelligent. and have first-rate eloquence. I'm definitely qualified to be an auctioneer. When Ling Xiao heard her coquettish voice in the hall, all his hair stood on end. He cursed in his heart. This silly girl really doesn't care about the occasion. This isn't a joke. If it's messed up, young master will lose a lot. Ling Xiao said to Yao Qingmin solemnly. Yao Qingmin seemed to be determined to get the position of auctioneer. She actually became serious and replied, Young master, don't worry. I can definitely make the auction earn a lot of money. There won't be the slightest mistake. If anything goes wrong, I'll accept young master's punishment. Okay? Ling Xiao was speechless and didn't know what to say. Kaixua said from the side, Husband, let Qingmin try. In any case, she won't be able to cultivate quietly. When the time comes, I will watch her. If there's anything wrong, I will immediately replace her. Since Kaixua had said so, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and let this silly girl do as she pleased. At this time, a guard reported, City Lord, there's a young lady from the Feng clan outside requesting an audience. Ling Xiao instantly stood up and said happily, Exiner is here. Chapter 746. Other than Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, Feng Wuing also came with a few guards. The three of them were the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Feng clan. Now that they were on a mission, there would definitely be people protecting them at all times. Feng Wuing looked at the city lord's mansion and drank a mouthful of wine. He couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He actually succeeded in this ghost town. I can't help but admire him. He thought back to the time when he first met Ling Xiao. He was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he not only became the first emperor, but also a city lord. He also had the noble identity of a seventh-grade alchemist. He couldn't help but admire him. Ji Beixin smiled proudly. He's always like this. He always gives people surprises. No matter where he goes, he's always restless. Ling Xiao was her man. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more proud she was. Feng Yaxin said with a bit of jealousy, I know, your man is the most outstanding man in the world. She already had some feelings for Ling Xiao, but she hated herself for knowing this man so late. With Ji Beixin around, she couldn't muster up the courage to pursue Ling Xiao. Moreover, there were so many people pursuing her. Why didn't this man pursue her? Feng Yaxin's thought meant that she and Ling Xiao were two different people. Although Ling Xiao had many women by his side, the only one he truly pursued was Yun Mingqi. The other women had all been pushed together by a free combination of factors. Therefore, it was a bit unrealistic for Ling Xiao to pursue Feng Yaxin. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to say something, she felt a gust of wind sweeping towards her. Before she could see the figure clearly, her slender waist was embraced by a strong and powerful arm. Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxin also felt that something was wrong. The two of them attacked the figure at the same time. However, before they could see the direction of the figure, Ji Beixin had already been taken to the side. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to struggle, she heard an excited and familiar voice. Exen it's me. Ji Beixin felt as if she had been electrocuted. She felt incomparably happy. The arms around her waist also felt comfortable and natural. At this time, Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxin also saw the person clearly. Feng Wuing immediately smiled. So it's Brother Ling. Oh, it should be City Lord Ling. Feng Yaxin glanced at the man who was becoming more and more charming. She looked at Ji Beixin in his arms and felt a little complicated. She wished that he was hugging her instead of her. She thought, if only I was the one he was hugging. Ling Xiao took a sip of Ji Beixin and looked at Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxin. Brother Feng, Sister Yaxin, it's great that you're all here for me. Let's go in. I'll welcome you back. At this time, the people from the City Lord Mansion came out one after another. When Ji Beixin saw Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, and Bai Yushi, she immediately went up to greet them. Sister Yun, Sister Yu. Ji Beixin was younger than Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayue, so she greeted the two of them with the etiquette of a younger sister. Feng Xianyun pulled Ji Beixin's hand and said, Let's go back. You can stay here from now on. Kai Xiayue echoed. That's right, we sisters can gather together. After being separated for so long, he's always thinking about you. Ji Beixin felt the enthusiasm of her two sisters, and her delicate face became incomparably red. She also decided not to go back this time. She really hated the days of separation. The group returned to the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao did not expect Ji Beixin to come at this time. He originally wanted to wait until the auction was over before personally going to the Feng clan to pick her up. Now that she was here, he naturally would not let her leave. With his current strength, it was enough to protect the girls from any harm. Even if any power came, it would be difficult for him to take even half a step back. After entering the Great Hall, Ling Xiao introduced the Feng clan's Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin to the others. Everyone in the Great Hall exchanged pleasantries. However, before Ling Xiao could even catch up with Ji Beixin, the guard came to report again. Reporting to the city lord, there are people from the Bu family outside requesting an audience. Bu family? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment, then said, "Let them in." He didn't seem to have any conflicts with the Bu family, so why would someone come and look for him? Although he had some fame now, compared to the background of the 18 powers, it was still insufficient. It was not enough for them to come knocking on his door. Ling Xiao actually knew the person who walked in, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Bu Qing, the leader of the Bu family's new generation, had cooperated with Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. It was just that at that time, Bu Qing wanted to scheme against Ling Xiao. Bu Qing was also a top-notch beauty, and she had always been very confident. As long as she wanted to seduce any man, it would only be a matter of time. However, when she walked into the Great Hall, she felt a little dizzy. She discovered that the beauty that she was so proud of was not even worth a single blow. Her originally confident attitude had become incomparably dim. Her intention this time was to use her beauty to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. At the same time, she would think of a way to sell the Spring of Life and the half-grade saint artifact that Ling Xiao was going to auction to the Bu family first. But now, her wish was probably going to fail. Looking at the peerless beauties in the Great Hall, she didn't know what her advantage was. "So it's young Lady Bu Qing. I didn't think that you would be able to grace the Han residence. You really make the Han residence shine." Ling Xiao walked down from his seat and cupped his hands towards Bu Qing. Ling Xiao admitted that he always had a good impression of beauties, but he wasn't the kind of man who would pounce on any woman he saw. Back then, Bu Qing was only willing to let him participate in the chaotic abyss of war because she wanted to make use of him. Thus, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation for this woman. Bu Qing calmed herself down and replied with a smile. "City Lord Ling is too polite. Isn't it too rude for Bu Qing to come and visit?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Young Lady Bu Qing is too polite. You can take a seat first. Someone come and serve the tea." Bu Qing nodded lightly. Then, she discovered that she was being stared at by a few beautiful women. This made her feel a little ashamed. It felt like she was here to look for a man, which made her feel very guilty. This time, she didn't want to stay any longer. She immediately told Ling Xiao why she was here. After listening, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't even think about it before rejecting. "Young Lady Bu Qing, I can feel your sincerity. It's just that my Spring of Life and half-grade saint artifacts are very limited. Moreover, I've already announced to my friends that if I were to sell them to your Bu clan, then wouldn't I, Ling Xiao, be a person who goes back on his words? Who would dare to come to our auction house in the future? A man cannot stand without trust." This was a principle that everyone understood very well. Bu Qing was an exception. However, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would take out all of his stock to auction. For peerless treasures like these, who wouldn't keep the best and take out a small portion or some inferior goods to auction? This was an unspoken rule of any power. Bu Qing's beautiful eyes blinked a few times as she said, "City Lord Ling, if you're willing to sell some of these two things to our Bu clan will be City Lord Ling's friend in the future. I believe that City Lord Ling won't reject a friend." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Young Lady Bu Qing's words are too serious. Ling Xiao occupies this insignificant place. Having a friend like the Bu clan is naturally what I'm looking for. It's just that If young Lady Buqing really wants those things, I think it's better to sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao really doesn't have any extra stock. I hope that young Lady Buqing won't make things difficult for me. Ling Xiao had a lot of Spring of Life and half-grade Saint artifacts. However, he definitely had to keep them as they would be useful in the future. If it wasn't for the sake of making Wind Cloud City famous, he wouldn't have been willing to take these things out to auction. If Buqing wanted them, then she could sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to other people who sold out to those big powers. Buqing could tell that Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't buy it, so she didn't want to stay any longer. Just as she was about to say her goodbyes, someone came to visit the City Lord's mansion. Reporting to City Lord, someone from the Dongfang family requests an audience. The guard knelt on one knee and reported, "Dongfang family?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment as a beautiful figure flashed past his mind. This time, Ling Xiao once again personally came out to welcome them. Just as he arrived at the door, Ling Xiao saw Dongfang Jing's beautiful face and enchanting figure. Beside her were a few outstanding young talents and a group of guards. Ling Xiao recalled that he had inexplicably made an agreement with Dongfang Jing, and it made him feel a little guilty. He already had a lot of women by his side, and he didn't have any emotional foundation with Dongfang Jing. It was just that he was provoked by this woman's words, and his male chauvinism was aroused. He clapped his hands with this woman and made an oath, setting up a 10-year agreement. Now, he had another debt of gratitude to her. "I didn't expect you to come." Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he rubbed his nose and smiled. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong took 2 steps forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as if he was very familiar with him. "Brother-in-law, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be doing so well. It's truly a cause for celebration." Ling Xiao's shoulder hurt from Dongfang Xiong's pat, and he secretly cursed. "This big guy really has a lot of strength." Ling Xiao laughed lightly. "I was just lucky. This little brother has nowhere to go. I can only find this kind of abandoned place to settle down. I will have to trouble Brother Dongfang to take care of me in the future." Dongfang Jing looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and said with incomparable gentleness, "Aren't you going to let me in?" Only then did Ling Xiao know that he had offended a beautiful woman and immediately made a gesture of invitation. However, the young man with an extraordinary temperament beside Dongfang Jing let out a cold snort. At this time, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on that young man. He had always thought that this person was a genius from the Dongfang family, but it seemed like he had misunderstood. Chapter 747. Kong Lan, a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. His status was second only to his junior, Wu Bufan. He obtained the title of Imperial Killer in the Abyss of War. It was evident that his strength and tenbins were extraordinary. After the trip to the Enlightenment Pool, he also leaped to the realm of a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. This ability was something that only a few people could achieve. After another 2 years of cultivation, he was now a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. In a few years, it would not be difficult for him to reach the peak of the mid-level or even the high-level Heavenly Venerable. He had a high status in the spiritual martial court. His master was also a mid-level mystic Emperor Elder. He also had a lot of power in the court. After he saw Dongfang Jing in the Abyss of War, he was attracted by her beauty. Moreover, the Dongfang clan's background was worthy of his identity as a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. Therefore, after the Imperial List tournament ended, he returned to the court and gave some instructions. Then, he went to the Dongfang clan to pursue Dongfang Jing. He thought that with his status, it would be a piece of cake for him to marry Dongfang Jing. However, he overestimated his own charm and underestimated Dongfang Jing's charm. Apart from him pursuing Dongfang Jing, there were many other young talents who were eyeing Dongfang Jing. In the end, he won the approval of many elders in the Dongfang clan. Recently, he asked his master to personally go to the Dongfang clan to propose marriage. However, the Shangguan clan seemed to be unwilling to let go and also sent someone to propose marriage to the Dongfang clan. In the end, they were in a deadlock. Old Madame Dongfang, said that Dongfang Jing could choose for herself. The Dongfang clan did not dare to go against her wishes for the time being and could only delay it. Now that Dongfang Jing requested to come to Wind Cloud City to auction the Spring of Life for old Madame Dongfang, Kong Lan requested to accompany her. He thought that if he could auction the Spring of Life and give it to old Madame Dongfang, perhaps this matter would be settled. However, he did not expect Dongfang Jing to come to Wine Cloud City for a man. This made it extremely difficult for him to accept. He had pursued her for 2 years, but in the end, he did not know that she already had someone in her heart. This was like a punch to his chest, making him feel sullen and uncomfortable. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. He knew about Ling Xiao. Back then, Ling Xiao had suppressed his junior brother and obtained a large number of imperial elixirs as the #1 martial emperor. He had also been fortunate enough to witness the final battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. At that moment, he knew that Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat powerful. However, he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao, especially after breaking through to the mid-level heavenly venerate. His confidence was surging. At this moment, in front of the woman he admired, he absolutely could not show weakness. As long as he suppressed Ling Xiao, wouldn't Dongfang Jing obediently obey him? So, it's the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. I was wondering who it was. Kong Lan crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a proud look on her face as she indifferently said. Ling Xiao looked at Kong Lan from the side, then looked at Dongfang Jing and asked, "This is—" Ling Xiao felt that this person looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong had already rushed to say, "This is my future brother-in-law, Kong Lan from the Spiritual Martial Hall." He was also one of the top 10 killing emperors in the imperial ranking competition 2 years ago. I just don't know who my sister will end up with in the end. Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, but his words had undoubtedly provoked hostility between the two men. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wouldn't lower himself to Kong Lan's level. He felt that he was already someone with status, so there was no need for him to lower himself to the level of an ordinary person. So what if he was from the Spiritual Martial Hall? At most, he was just a successor disciple. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "So it's Brother Kong from the First Pavilion. It's my honor to be able to come to the Han residence. Let's have a seat inside." Kong Lan saw that Ling Xiao had lowered his stance and thought that he was afraid of the name of their Spiritual Martial Hall. He immediately said conceitedly, "I have already proposed marriage to the Dongfang family. Jingjing will be my woman in the future, so be smart." Kong Lan's words were filled with warning, which made Ling Xiao very unhappy. However, Ling Xiao still did not flare up. He immediately nodded and replied, "This is your matter. I don't want to get involved." As soon as he said this, Dongfang Xiong immediately revealed a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, could it be that this Ling Xiao is afraid? Kong Lan was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude and immediately said to Dongfang Jing, "Jingjing, let's go in and sit together." Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled expression, but she didn't say anything else. She followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. When the group of people entered the main hall, Kong Lan, Dongfang Xiong, and the young man who came with them saw a few beautiful women, and their gazes couldn't move away. The women in the hall were all gorgeous. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each had their own flavor, and their temperament was something that ordinary women could not compare to. There were like 100 flowers blooming here, competing with each other for beauty, causing the men here to be ignored. Dongfang Jing was also a little shocked. She never thought that Ling Xiao would have so many outstanding women here, and all of them were not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their expressions. Almost all of them were his women. He waved at the girls, indicating for them to come over. Feng Xianyun, Kai Sheua, Jith Beixin, Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, 6 different beauties, but they were all equally outstanding women. Women who could make many men stare blankly at them. women who could also make most women feel inferior. They naturally crowded towards Ling Xiao. Following that, Ling Xiao introduced them to Dongfang Jing. They are all my women. This is Dongfang Jing, the little princess of the Dongfang family. You guys should get to know each other. Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He only wanted Dongfang Jing to know that he already had so many women, and if he wanted to join his harem, he had to face this reality. In any case, he had already told her that he had a woman when he was in the chaotic abyss of war. If he couldn't accept this reality, then their agreement could be nullified. Dongfang Jing had already made preparations in her heart, but when she saw these women who were not inferior to her, her heart was still completely shaken. Back then, in the chaotic abyss of war, she had made a bold statement that she would make Ling Xiao fall in love with her, and she didn't mind Ling Xiao having 3 or 4 wives and concubines. She felt that with her looks, it would be easy to capture Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, her confidence was shaken, and for the first time, she was not confident in her own looks. With Feng Xianyun in the lead, the few women introduced themselves one by one. They did not care about their age, nor did they care about their status. They all said that they were Ling Xiao's women, while Bai Yuxi and Yao Qingmin consciously considered themselves to be maids. Dongfang Xiong could not help but exclaim softly, I say, brother-in-law, you have so many wives, can you manage them? Dongfang Xiong was so envious. It was normal for a man to have 3 or 4 wives and concubines, but for someone like Ling Xiao, who was so beautiful, it was truly enviable and jealous. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and said, it's all right. He thought to himself, even if there are a few more, this young master can take care of them. Kong Lan was also very jealous in his heart. He could not understand how Ling Xiao could be liked by so many beautiful women. He could not help but say, Ling Xiao, your luck is not bad to actually be able to trick so many beauties into liking you. Kong Lan's attitude was a little condescending, and his attitude was also especially arrogant, as if he wanted to show off his superior status. The people in the hall immediately looked at Kong Lan angrily. Yi Yanfeng could not help but shout, who are you? How dare you call my boss by his name? Kong Lan looked at Yi Yanfeng with contempt and said proudly, I am Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, one of the imperial slaughtering emperors. So you are a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, but you're just relying on your strong background. No wonder your eyes grow on top of your head. Yi Yanfeng said to Kong Lan with the same arrogance. He dared to disrespect his boss. Even if it was the emperor, he would not buy it. What did you say? Even your boss does not dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? Kong Lan heard Yi Yunfeng's words and immediately became angry. I'm not a thing. I'm a human, unlike a certain someone who has eyes on the top of his head. He doesn't look like a human or a ghost. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Yi Yanfeng glared at Kong Lan. He thought to himself, I'm not afraid of the Gu family, the medicine sect, or the black demon sect. Although the Spirit Martial Pavilion is the #1 pavilion, you're not the only one who has the final say. So why should I be afraid of you? Yi Yanfeng followed Ling Xiao and had more or less been influenced by Ling Xiao's arrogant personality. He did not understand why his boss had allowed such a person to enter the palace, but as the master, it was not appropriate for him to do so. As a little brother, he could not watch his boss being despised. Kong Lan's eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. As an outstanding disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, he had never been looked down upon by others. Wherever he went, he was treated like the moon surrounded by stars. Now that he had come to this newly built city, there was someone who did not give him face. Before he could get angry, the other young people beside him began to curse angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect Brother Kong Lan? Believe it or not, I will kill you. That's right, don't think that you can be arrogant in your territory. Quickly apologize to Brother Kong Lan, or else this place will soon be razed to the ground. How can you apologize? At least cover your own mouth 100 times before you speak. That's right, cover your own mouth first. If Brother Kong Lan is not satisfied, then I will take your little life. These young people were all from the Dongfang family, and they all knew that Konglan's status in the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not low. They had long been told by their family elders to treat Konglan well and build a good relationship with him. Perhaps he would be the future son-in-law. So they had tried to please Konglan when they were in the family. Now that they had come together and saw Konglan being bullied, they naturally took the opportunity to speak up for Konglan. Konglan was flattered, and he was very proud of himself. He looked at Yi Yinfeng with even more disdain. Where do these dogs come from? Why are they barking in my place? Throw them all out. A very casual voice sounded faintly. Chapter 748. Where did these dogs come from? Why are they barking in my place? Throw them all out. Ling Xiao didn't want to open his mouth, but these people didn't seem to know that this was his territory. Perhaps they didn't even put him in their eyes, so he had no choice but to open his mouth. As his voice fell, a strong aura came from an unknown corner. A strong binding force descended on the Dongfang family disciples. The Dongfang family elders' eyelids twitched. He wanted to shake off the aura, but he found that he was forced back by the aura. The real mystic Tharch. The Dongfang elder exclaimed as he retreated. In the next moment, the young men who spoke rudely were thrown out of the hall as if they were being torn apart by an invisible hand. The young men didn't even have the chance to resist. They fell heavily outside and screamed in pain. Konglan looked at Ling Xiao with an ashen face and said, "Ling Xiao, is this how you treat your guests?" Although the people who were thrown out were not from the spiritual martial court, they were thrown out because they spoke up for him. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face, making him feel embarrassed. Dongfang Xiong also opened his mouth and said, "Brother-in-law, isn't this too much? To people, I know how to use people. To dogs, I know how to beat them." Ling Xiao frowned and said faintly. His eyes stared at Konglan, and a frightening aura burst forth. Konglan felt as if an incomparably strong dragon was suddenly roaring at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. You. He pointed at Ling Xiao and wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Puffed. Suddenly, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. "Don't use your superior status to show off in front of me. Get out." Ling Xiao looked at Konglan with disdain and shouted coldly. Just because I gave him some color, he opened a dye house. This person really didn't know how to behave. Dongfang Jing and Dongfang Xiong were both stunned. They had long heard that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. He actually injured Konglan with just a glance. This was too heaven-defying. Feng Wuying, Feng Yaxin, Bu Qing, and Dongfang Xiong were all outstanding talents who had participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Seeing this scene, their confidence was greatly affected. They secretly sighed in their hearts. He deserves to be called the first Emperor-level expert. His strength isn't just for show. Meanwhile, the Dongfang clan elder glared angrily at Ling Xiao and said, "What the hell do you want? Do you want to start a war with our Dongfang clan and the spiritual martial pavilion? Elder Tai, this is none of your business. You can leave first." Dongfang Jing lightly opened her red lips and said, "Princess Jing, he is really going too far." The elder looked at Dongfang Jing and said, "There's no need to say anything. I know what happened. They are going too far." Dongfang Jing waved her hand and said. She then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Jing, apologize to you on their behalf." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business. It's their business." He then turned to Bai Yushi and said, "Yushi, prepare a banquet. I want to invite my friends." At this time, Konglan came back to his senses and glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, you are going too far." After shouting, he actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. An old man beside him grabbed his shoulder and said, "Lan, don't be impulsive." This old man was also at the half-emperor level. He was one of Konglan's guard elders and was fully responsible for Konglan's safety. Of course, Xianxia could sense that the real mystic the Arch had made a move here. If Kanglan had made a move here, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he would not be able to stop her. You want to make a move? My boss doesn't need to do anything. I can completely crush you. Yi Yinfeng jumped out again and shouted. Yinfeng, say less, lest you say that we are bullying our guests. Ling Xiao advised. When the people at the side heard Ling Xiao's words, they almost fainted. This was not bullying the guests. He had already thrown them out and even caused them to vomit blood. How could this be considered bullying? Could it be that he would only be satisfied after killing them? Konglan's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng. A ball of fire was burning in his heart. He glared at them fiercely and said, You guys are good. Very good. I will remember today's humiliation. Konglan flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, but his steps were a little too fast. Coincidentally, a guard also rushed in from outside the door. The two of them collided. Konglan was not prepared at all and actually took 2 steps back, almost falling. He was furious. This is too much. As soon as he finished shouting, he blasted towards the guard. He had used all his strength in this palm, as if he wanted to kill the guard with his palm. Lan, don't be impulsive. A little impatience will lead to big trouble. The martial spirit court's half-emperor instantly grabbed Konglan's arm and said. Ling Xiao ignored Konglan and asked the guard, Why are you in such a hurry? You almost hurt someone. Do you know that if someone is hurt, this young master will have to pay for the medical expenses? When this was said, Konglan almost vomited blood again. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer and thought to himself, Ling Xiao, you can be proud. Wait for me to go to the pavilion and gather people. I'll make sure that all of you die here. He could not remember how many years it had been since he was ridiculed like this. Today, he was humiliated in front of the woman he liked. He would remember this hatred. At this time, the guard looked at Ling Xiao with a panicked expression and said, I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to. It's the martial spirit court's lord, so I came in a hurry to report. The guard feared Ling Xiao like a tiger. It was not easy to get this job, and he did not want to lose it like this. The martial spirit court's lord? Ling Xiao was stunned. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Wasn't Konglan from the martial spirit court? Could it be that the people from the martial spirit court received the news so quickly and came to help Konglan vent his anger? This was simply too amazing. This time, Konglan laughed proudly. Haha, I did not expect that someone from my pavilion would come here. Ling Xiao, your arrogance has reached its limit. Ling Xiao slightly frowned and did not say anything. He decided to personally go out and greet the people from the martial spirit court. He was not afraid, but he did not understand what was going on. Why did so many people from the big powers come looking for him today? Could it be that his character was too good that these people from the big powers came to greet him? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's imagination was too strong. Ling Xiao went out, and everyone behind him followed. The martial spirit court was the #1 pavilion in the central region. It was the holy land that all martial artists yearned for. The Feng clan, Bu clan, and Dongfang clan naturally did not think that they were on equal footing with them. There were a total of 3 people from the martial spirit court, but all 3 of them were extraordinary. They were all emperors, and one of them was even someone that Ling Xiao knew. At this time, Ling Xiao finally understood why people from the martial spirit court came. Before Ling Xiao could go forward to greet them, Konglan and the elder guard rushed forward and said respectfully, Konglan, Lu Qing, greets the 3 elders of the previous generation. Konglan was extremely excited. Their pavilion actually had 3 elders from the previous generation here, and each of them was a genuine mystic Tharch-tier martial artist. With this level of strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy Ling Xiao's people. Thinking of this, Konglan was extremely happy. However, the next action of the 3 emperors shattered his beautiful fantasy. So it's Junior Han's disciple. You guys have also come to Wine Cloud City. One of the Emperor Xian looked at Konglan and said, It's Konglan, Martial Uncle Len. I have something that I need you to do for me. Konglan nodded and was just about to tell her pain. The Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, We'll talk about your matter later. Then, The mystic Thearch led the other two mystic Thearchs to avoid them and walked quickly in one direction. Young Master Ling, Dao, In congratulates you. One of the Emperor Xian took the lead and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. This Emperor Xian was Dao In, who met Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. He was the one who had received a favor from the evil emperor. At this time, the two elders beside Dao and also politely congratulated Ling Xiao. Konglan's face instantly turned pale. Only then did he remember the scene of Dao in kneeling to Ling Xiao outside the chaotic abyss of war. He finally understood why Dao Un and the others appeared in Wind Cloud City. They were here to support Ling Xiao's baseball field. The half-emperor expert at the side was also confused and didn't know what to do. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I didn't act rashly just now. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Uncle Daoan, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in." Ling Xiao held Daoan's hand and said warmly. Daoan said, "Don't be anxious. Let me introduce you. These two are my good friends, Old Zhou and Old Tian. I brought them to your baseball field. They are both rich." Ling Xiao said politely to the two Emperor Xian, "Greetings, Elder Zhou, Elder Tian. It is my honor to have you two here." The two Emperor Xian were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. They must have been invited by Daoan. They heard that he was the successor of the evil emperor, which was why they gave Ling Xiao some face. They were very arrogant in their hearts. Now that Ling Xiao was so polite, they felt much better in their hearts. After a few more polite words, Ling Xiao once again invited them into rest. At this time, Dao In said, "Don't be anxious. Let me hear what happened to my martial nephew. No matter what, he is my junior Han's true disciple." Then, he looked at Konglan and said, "If there's anything, quickly say it. Your two martial uncles, and I will make the decision for you. If there's nothing important, then we can talk when we have time." He didn't have a deep relationship with his junior brother, but his junior brother's disciple had achieved good results in the Imperial ranking tournament and received the pavilion's commendation. Thus, he still had to take care of him. This time, Konglan didn't know what to say. Looking at Daoan's attitude towards Ling Xiao, he didn't think that Daoan would make a move against Ling Xiao because of him. He felt very aggrieved. Chapter 749. Just when Konglan didn't know what to say, Ling Xiao said, "Uncle Daoan, there was a misunderstanding just now, but I didn't know he was your martial nephew. How about? Forget it, I apologize to Brother Kong here." Although Daoan didn't know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion had all developed an arrogant attitude towards others. It was probably because they had offended Ling Xiao and were taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. They wanted to ask him for help. Daoan frowned and said, "It's inevitable for young people to be competitive. Young Master Ling, give Uncle Daoan some face and let it go." On the surface, Daoan was speaking up for Konglan, but in reality, he was protecting Ling Xiao's face. What he meant was, for my sake, don't make things difficult for Konglan. If it was someone else who bullied the people of the spiritual martial pavilion, it would be strange if Daoan was so kind. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of his benefactor, the evil emperor. Daoan was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness, so he naturally stood on Ling Xiao's side. "Uncle Daoan, you're too serious. I don't have any grudges with Brother Kong, so of course there's nothing. Let's go inside. I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet. If there's anything, let's talk inside." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Thus, the group once again returned to the main hall. Konglan naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned to enter again. He and his guard elder could only leave with incomparable resentment. However, not long after they left, someone immediately found them. "Are the two of you from the spiritual martial pavilion?" A middle-aged man bowed slightly in front of Konglan and the half-step emperor. This middle-aged man looked ordinary, but he had the strength of a high-level Empyrean. The half-step emperor blocked in front of Konglan and asked, "Who are you? You know we're from a spiritual martial pavilion, but you still dare to block our way. Please move. My lord has something to discuss with you too." The middle-aged man took out a token and whispered, The quasi-emperor glanced at the token and instantly understood who it was. He immediately turned around and whispered something to Kong Lan. There was some hesitation in Kong Lan's eyes, but she finally nodded and followed the middle-aged man to the newly built inn in the city. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, there were already two people waiting for Kong Lan. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young woman. The old man's aura was restrained, and his eyes were deep. The woman's face was gorgeous, and her white hair was especially eye-catching. They were none other than Gu Xing and Gu Xiao from the Gu family. They had already snuck into the city for a few days. Gu Xing originally wanted to kill his way into the city lord's mansion, but he calmed down after recalling the deaths of the ancient Ming and the others. He had sent people to gather information on Ling Xiao after he arrived at Windcloud City, and he was shocked. It turned out that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer at the earthly sovereign realm, but a high-level heavenly venerate. Not long ago, he fought against 10,000 people alone and killed a true mystic emperor for half-sovereigns and many heavenly venerates and earthly sovereigns. That battle had been confirmed by many people, and Gu Xing had no choice but to believe it. He also felt that the ancient Ming and the others had fallen to Ling Xiao's evil hands. It was only now that he had truly taken Ling Xiao's existence seriously. It turned out that a nobody that he could crush with one hand was now a threat to him. He deeply regretted that he didn't crush Ling Xiao himself all those years ago. Now, he had become a nuisance. In addition to Ling Xiao's formidable strength, there seemed to be two emperor-ranked powerhouses in the group, as well as a large number of mercenaries. Therefore, Gu Xing could only bide his time and think of the best solution. Now that Ling Xiao had matured, unless he returned to the family and summoned more mystic emperors, there was nothing he could do to him. But then, where'd he put his old face? He had already boasted in front of his juniors that he would bring back Ling Xiao's head. He had contacted the Assassins organization, but there had been no response. This made him even more anxious. The Gu family kept an eye on the city lord's residence every day. He wanted to know how many experts there were in Ling Xiao's residence and what kind of people came and went. Therefore, he paid attention to Kong Lan today. At the Enlightenment Pond, he remembered that she was a disciple of the martial spirit court. When Ling Xiao and the others invited everyone and except Kong Lan and a few others, he realized that he had an ally he could rope in. It had to be said that Gu Xing was a wily old fox. Kong Lan once again returned to her identity as a disciple of the martial spirit court. She looked at Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe with cold arrogance. "Speak. What business do you have with us?" Gu Xing smiled. "If I remember correctly, you should be Brother Han Qian's disciple." Kong Lan did not expect Gu Xing to know his master. Her attitude softened. "That's right. Han Qian is my master. I wonder what old Master Gu wants." From the moment he saw the token, Kong Lan knew that this was a member of the Gu family. He also remembered seeing Gu Xing at the Enlightenment Pond, but he did not have a deep impression of him. Gu Xing smiled faintly. "Your master and I can be considered old friends, so I'll call you Martial Nephew." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Did you suffer a loss in the city lord's mansion?" Kong Lan's expression immediately turned ugly. "Old Master Gu, what do you mean?" Gu Xing pressed his hand down. "Don't be angry. I'm just asking if you want to get back at them." This time, Kong Lan and his half-emperor guards understood Gu Xing's meaning. They all thought of the three words ancient killing token. "Old Master Gu, forgive me for not being able to help you," Kong Lan said, then turned around to leave with his men. Gu Xing laughed. "I thought that senior brother Han Qian's disciple would be a bit angry, but I didn't expect him to be a coward. Let's just pretend that we never met today." Kong Lan instantly stopped in his tracks. The guard elder beside him pulled on his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Gu Xing's words were obviously meant to provoke him. However, this move was effective against Kong Lan. As one of the best true disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion, Kong Lan naturally had a proud character. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the sky sovereign realm at the age of a few decades. If he left with his tail between his legs, then the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him would become a demon in his heart, hindering his future advancement. "Old Master Gu, what are you going to do?" There is an emperor in Ling Zhao's mansion, and my senior uncle Daoan seems to have a good relationship with him. The few of us can't deal with him." Kong Lan turned around and said bluntly. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, hated the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him today, and he had to wash away his humiliation. The only way was to make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. Gu Xing revealed a triumphant smile. "Of course we can't deal with him, but we can't fight him with force, but we can outsmart him." "Old Master Gu, what brilliant plan do you have?" Kong Lan revealed a look of eagerness, his eyes showing that his plan had succeeded. As time passed, the day of the auction drew closer and closer. Bu Qing, who had come to the city lord's mansion a few days ago, had already left. She had wanted to seduce Ling Xiao into selling the Spring of Life and the half-step sacred artifact to her in advance. But as soon as she arrived at the city lord's mansion, she was defeated. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate and go to the auction to see if she could get it. As for Dongfang Jing, she could not accept that Ling Xiao had so many beautiful women, so she did not stay in the city lord's mansion and brought her family to stay outside. She had to think about it calmly, whether she, the little princess of the Dongfang family, was willing to be someone's concubine. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more she wanted to conquer such a man. However, in this situation, she had to change her strategy. She had to think about what she really wanted. Was it for the interests of the family, or for her future? These days, Daoan and his two friends stayed in the city lord's mansion. As a host, Ling Xiao naturally accompanied them. At the same time, he thought about the situation of his two brothers, Hua Xiaogui and Tangwada. The two of them had long been arranged by Xianxia to go to the spirit martial city. After all these years, they had not had any contact and were rather worried about them. It was just that Daoan and the other two, the archstage martial experts, had never heard their names. Back then, Xianxia had said that Hua Xiaogui and Tangwada's opportunities were in the spirit martial city. After all these years, they should have made some progress. Why didn't they attract any attention? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, Daoan was also a good friend. He promised Ling Xiao that when he returned to the spirit martial city, he would help him keep an eye on the two of them. Once there was any news, he would send someone to inform him. Only then did Ling Xiao feel slightly relieved. For Daoan's promise, Ling Xiao took out 3 drops of Spring of Life and wanted to give them to Daoan and the other 2 mystic thearchs. The 3 of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. This Spring of Life could be considered a rare encounter in 10,000 years. It was abnormally precious to them. The 3 of them did not decline. However, they were also embarrassed to take Ling Xiao's money for free. They took out many good things to trade with Ling Xiao. At the same time, they also said some polite words. For example, they said that they would definitely treat Ling Xiao well when he visited the Spirit Martial Pavilion. Ling Xiao was purely trying to make friends with a few experts to avoid future conflicts with the Spirit Martial Pavilion. The number 1 pavilion in the central region had existed for tens of thousands of years. There would definitely be experts like Elder Han in there. It was best not to offend them if possible. What he needed now was a stable opportunity to develop himself. One day, when he became a saint, he would truly have nothing to worry about. The day of the auction had finally arrived. Forces from all over the central region rushed over, and Wind Cloud City became extremely lively for a time. The auction had yet to begin, but Wind Cloud City had already become a famous city in the central region. This was the first auction in Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao and the others would naturally be there to watch this grand event. As it was her first time acting as an auctioneer, Yao Qingmin was extremely excited. However, she also knew the importance of this auction. Naturally, she would give 120% to face this challenge. She did not know that because of this auction, she would become the chief auctioneer of Wind Cloud City. She would also become the most popular auctioneer in the central region. Chapter 750. On the day of the auction, the sky was clear and blue. It was a sunny day that made people feel that it was incomparably cheerful. The auction house was built in the center of Wind Cloud City, occupying the square on the ground. It was built in an extremely beautiful and grand manner, like a castle. The auction had not yet begun, but many warriors had already gathered in the open space at the entrance. These martial artists were all discussing this grand event in low voices. I didn't expect that Hell City would reopen one day, and that so many people would gather here. It's not inferior to the auction held by the 18 major forces. That's right, it seems that City Lord Ling Xiao really intends to take root here. I wonder if the Black Demon sect will sit back and watch it develop. That's hard to say. If the Black Demon sect really wants to take over Wind Cloud City, then everything City Lord Ling Xiao has done will go down the drain. Who said it wasn't? However, I heard from the City Lord's mansion that a few days ago, a lord from the Spirit Martial Pavilion stayed in the City Lord's mansion. Does this mean that City Lord Ling Xiao has some kind of relationship with the Spirit Martial Pavilion? Let's not talk about this. I heard that there are many rare and precious things in this auction. That's why so many people have come. If there's a chance, we must go in and take a look. The entrance fee is so expensive. Each person needs at least 500 mid-grade Xian crystals, and the private rooms need to be at least 10,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. Moreover, only people with status can book them. As time passed, the auction finally began. Ling Xiao and the others were already in a private room, watching everything that was happening. Looking at the noisy scene, Ling Xiao felt very proud. He finally had his own territory and income. He was filled with lofty sentiments, and he was determined to properly protect this foundation that he had obtained with great difficulty. It would definitely exist in the Central Territory for a long time. Ling Xiao turned to Xianxia and asked, "Fraud, you recommended that girl Qingmin to be the auctioneer. Will there be any trouble?" Yao Qingmin's careless personality was already deeply ingrained in Ling Xiao's mind, and he was always a little worried. Xianxia lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "Although Miss Qingmin's personality is a little strange, she is lively and bold and does not lack humor. No one is more suitable for this position than her." Hearing Xianxiao's certainty, Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Now that the auction has been built with the start of this auction, it must be held once a month in the future. I can't bring so many good things to auction every month." Most of the items in this auction were Ling Xiao's treasures over the years. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough to make him feel heartache. If he continued to provide for them in the long run, he would become a pauper sooner or later. This was not the result that Ling Xiao wanted. Xianxia faintly smiled and said, "Now that Vanguard and the others have joined, are you afraid that there won't be anything to auction? Furthermore, we have made a name for ourselves this time, and there will be many mercenaries who will take out their things for us to auction. These are not problems, and the scale of the auction doesn't need to be so big. It's already very good to have such a grand event once or twice a year." Ling Xiao said, "That's for the best, but we're a little lacking in pills and spirit artifacts. Although this young master can refine a lot of pills to auction, this young master also needs to cultivate, so I don't have that much time to do this. Furthermore, I don't know anything about artifact forging, so what should I do?" At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Hua, Xiaogui, and Tang Guigua. If they had succeeded in their studies, they would have been able to help him with these things. As for Han Kai, although he was a sane alchemist, it would be a bit beneath his status to let him take action. In the end, Ling Xiao still felt that he lacked good helpers by his side. There's no need to worry about that. With young master's current reputation, there will definitely be some capable people who will come and join us. When the time comes, everything will be resolved. "Let's take a look at the auction first," Xianxia said calmly. At this time, the auction had truly begun. Hidden auras could be sensed from nearly 30 private rooms. According to the information Ling Xiao had received, there were 7 or 8 major forces in these private rooms. Nearly half of the major forces had already arrived here. This lineup was not to be feared. Moreover, the forces and strength of the people in the other private rooms were not ordinary. Ordinary warriors could not afford to provoke them. In a hall that could accommodate thousands of people, All the cultivators sitting were powerful cultivators. Those that didn't have any profound crystals would be too embarrassed to enter. As the auctioneer, Yao Qingmin appeared. She was wearing a cyan satin dress that outlined her voluptuous figure vividly and vividly. Coupled with her pretty and delicate face, it gave people a soul-stirring and wonderful visual impact. Her beautiful eyes exuded a pure and unpretentious charm. As she walked gracefully, her posture was as graceful as a snake. The dual charm of purity and charm was displayed on her body, causing her to become the focus of the entire audience. She claimed to be the #1 beauty of the central region, and it was not without reason. All the male cultivators present were staring at her in shock. From this, it could be seen that his reputation was not undeserved. But just as everyone was looking at Yao Qingmin in a daze, her footsteps suddenly staggered, and her body was actually about to fall to the side. Everyone could not help bursting into an uproar. Many people wanted to fly out from their seats and catch this peerlessly beautiful stunner. In the private room, Ling Zhao's heart was already leaping to his throat. "Crap! I'm going to make a fool of myself," Ling Xiao could not help exclaiming. But the next instant, Yao Qingmin made an astonishing performance, only to see that when her body was about to fall to the side, her body was like a light breeze floating and also as agile as a beautiful butterfly dancing lightly. She spun her body lightly, her tender arms lightly dancing, her movements extremely strangely elegant and flirtatious, as if there was a gentle breeze blowing over. It was so enchanting and dazzling, so astonishing. No idea who was the first to exclaim, "So beautiful, so beautiful." Is she the auctioneer? Why is she so beautiful? It would be great if she could be my wife. Go! How can you touch such a beauty? Look at the animals around you. Which one of them isn't more thirsty than you? You don't even need to think about it. I really didn't expect this Ling Xiao to have some ability to actually be able to use such a beauty as an auctioneer. What a waste of a heavenly gift. If it was me, I would definitely keep her in my private room and pamper her every night. Do you think everyone is as impatient as you? After Yao Qingmin danced a few times, she lightly stroked her chest and turned her head to look at the martial artists participating in the auction. She revealed a lovely smile and said in a voice that was like an oriole's, "Hee hee, seeing all of you so powerful people here, my legs have gone soft from fear. I'm really sorry." The moment she said this, everyone present immediately burst into laughter. They looked at this beautiful and somewhat pure and cute woman and could not bear to be angry. "Little beauty, don't be afraid. We're not hungry wolves. We won't eat people. That's right. Don't be afraid. We all think highly of you. When the auction is over, this young master will give you a few sets of exquisite clothes. All right, let's start quickly. We can't wait any longer. Let's see what good stuff there is." Yao Qingmin thought to herself, "I almost smelled it big. I can't let young master down. I can't let them look down on me." Yao Qingmin calmed down and revealed a charming smile. "I am the auctioneer of this auction. Everyone can call me Yao Yao. First of all, on behalf of everyone in Wind Cloud City, I would like to welcome all of you to take time out of your busy schedule to participate in this auction. Yao Yao hopes that all of you can return with a full load. Next, we will auction the first spirit item of this auction." After Yao Qingmin regained her confidence, her personality of adjusting the atmosphere also returned. Her beautiful voice and cute and beautiful appearance caused everyone present to focus their attention on her. Many martial artists, in order to show off their wealth, began to compete fiercely. From time to time, Yao Qingmin would make a few coquettish sounds at someone who had shouted a high price. "This lord is so bold." Her words simply took the lives of many male martial artists. Which man didn't want to be praised and paid attention to by beauty? They became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As the auction progressed, the climax came one after another. The price of the auction was also much better than expected. This was all thanks to Yao Qingmin's outstanding performance. Ling Xiao, who was in the private room, also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. This silly girl really makes people worry. Xianxia chuckled and said, "This profession is the most suitable for her. However, young master, your troubles might also follow." The more charming and moving Yao Qingmin was, the easier it was to attract the attention of those animals. Therefore, it could be foreseen that in the future, there would definitely be many young talents coming to pursue Yao Qingmin. This matter also made Ling Xiao feel a little angry. He almost didn't want Yao Qingmin to be the auctioneer anymore. The auction was getting closer and closer to the end. The treasures kept coming one after another, causing everyone present to feel that this trip was not in vain. They all sighed to themselves, "If I had known earlier, I would have brought more Xian crystals out from a sect. There are too many treasures in this auction. If it starts again next month, I must come and bid again." In the end, when the top-grade Emperor Xiandan appeared, the auction reached its climax. In the end, it was auctioned off by a certain great power for 100 million high-grade Xian crystals. These mystic crystals were worth it compared to having a real mystic arch. As for the Spring of Life and a half-rank sacred artifact, they were the last items to appear. The prices they were auctioned off were even more shocking. In the end, the Spring of Life was auctioned off by the Dongfang family, and the half-rank sacred artifact was taken by the Bu family. The auction ended in the most perfect manner, causing the Wind Cloud City's auction to become a hit. This also caused every auction in the future to be extremely popular, causing Ling Zhao's wealth to accumulate rapidly. After a day of intense bidding, the auction came to an end, and a new round of conspiracies aimed at capturing and killing Ling Xiao also followed. Chapter 751. Windcloud City was not far from the Death Mountain Range. Ordinary martial artists only needed 2 days to get there. Powerful martial artists only needed half a day to fly there. This was the reason why there were so many martial artists staying in Windcloud City all these years. After all, there were many rare treasures in the Death Mountain Range. There were even rumors of people digging out crystal mines there. Unfortunately, they were mercilessly taken over by the Black Demon sect. This also caused many martial artists to think that they were lucky and wander around the periphery of the Death Mountain Range. They all thought that one day they would be lucky enough to obtain some high-grade rare herbs or crystal mines. Then they would be rich. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Martial artists who were not strong enough would become the stomachs of the spirit beasts if they trespassed. Because there were many spirit beasts in the Death Mountain Range, unless one was strong or not a strong mercenary team, no one dared enter. The snake-mouthed black crows had the most number of spirit beasts in the Death Mountain Range. They were all 5th-tier, upper-tier spirit beasts. To martial artists, they were only equivalent to upper-tier Earth sovereigns. They weren't too scary, but what was scary was their numbers. Ordinary snake-mouthed black crows had thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Once they were provoked, even a mystic Tharch could only run for his life. Because their collective attack power was extremely terrifying and their speed was extremely fast, ordinary martial artists would avoid them. They lived in a place called Black Mountain Ridge in the Death Mountain Range. This was a place where black iron trees grew. Black iron trees were an important material for refining weapons. They were the favorite habitat of the snake-mouthed black crows. In this pitch-black area, the cries of black crows could be heard. It was so ear-piercing that it made people feel strange and terrified. Snake-beaked black crows. Each of them was about the size of a human. Their beaks were as strong as a snake's, flat like a triangle, unlike the pointed beaks of ordinary crows, which looked very strange. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary crows, with pitch-black feathers, sharp eyes, and fierce claws. This place was rarely visited by humans, but now someone appeared here. This person was wrapped in a set of black armor, and layers of black mist constantly lingered around him. He also wore a mask on his face, revealing only his corn-like eyes and a high curved nose. This person was dressed strangely, but from the attribute aura he exuded, one could tell that he was a dark attribute martial artist. His aura was very similar to the snake-beaked black crow's dark attribute aura. When he stepped in, The snakebeak black crows on the black iron trees didn't immediately attack. However, as he walked deeper into the forest, a strange crow cry rang out. This sound was like a bugle call, and the snakebeak crows on the black iron tree began to flap their wings, letting out ear-piercing and hoarse cries, as if they were preparing to attack the masked man en masse. However, at this moment, the masked man also spoke in a strange voice. Croak, croak. This sound was similar to that of a crow with a snake's mouth. There was no difference, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. Most of the snakebeak crows stopped crying and moving. So. A few larger snakebeak black crows swooped out from a few corners and stopped in front of the masked man. The largest one had already reached the high grade of the 6th order, which was 2 or 3 times stronger than ordinary snakebeak black crows. Its eyes were also filled with a strong bloodlust. It seemed to be the king of the snakebeak black crows here, and it looked down at the masked man with an incomparably cold and arrogant attitude as it let out a hoarse cry. The masked man was only a high-grade heavenly venerable, and he didn't fear these snakebeak black crows at the same level as him. His chicken eyes emitted a strange divine light that seemed to contain a bit of depth and confusion, making people feel extremely strange. At the same time, he let out a snakebeak black crow's cry, as if he was communicating with the snakebeak black crows. The man and the crow kept using their strange cries to transmit some kind of message, and the expression of the masked man's chicken eyes became more and more strange. In the end, it bloomed with obscure black rays of light that shot into the snakebeak black crow's eyes. After a while, the masked man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant voice. "My darling, come here. Bring your children and follow me. I'll take you to eat meat." After the masked man finished speaking, he walked towards the snakebeak black crow king. The few snakebeak black crows beside the snakebeak black crow revealed deep hostility as they screeched nonstop. However, without the orders of their king, they did not act on their own. The masked man arrived in front of the snakebeak black crow king and gently stroked its lower jaw. Then, he flipped over and landed on the snakebeak black crow king's back. "Bring your children and come with me," the masked man shouted in an incomparably proud voice. The snakebeak black crow king seemed to have been subdued by the masked man as it flew up with him. A series of hoarse voices soared into the sky, and the surrounding snakebeak black crows began to cry out as well. For a moment, the Black Mountain Ridge area was in an uproar. A large black mass of snakebeak black crows flew up, forming a black curtain as they moved in one direction. In Wind Cloud City, Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and Kong Lan were still gathered together. Besides the 3 of them, there were 2 other people that Gu Xing had not seen before, an old man and a young man. The old man was at the Mystic Arch realm like Gu Xing, but his aura was slightly strange. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake, and one look from them was enough to make one feel uncomfortable. The other ordinary-looking young man had an extremely arrogant expression on his face. His gaze swept over Gu Xiaohe, and his intentions were rather obvious. However, Gu Xiaohe's cold demeanor made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from him. That head of white hair made him look extremely cold and elegant. On the other hand, Kong Lan's attitude was cold, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Gu Xing frowned and asked the other old man, "Sha Tian only sent a gold killer and a silver killer. Do they really think that they can kill that little bastard?" These 2 men were from Sha Tian's organization. They were divided into jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron ranks of assassins. They were divided according to their abilities and killing methods. The old man and the young man in front of them had a small golden sword and a small silver sword respectively on their chests. This proved that one of them was a gold killer and the other was a silver killer. Sha Tian's abilities were not inferior to the 18 great factions. Their only goal was to kill people and earn a lot of money. Ordinary people did not know where their headquarters were. As long as someone wanted Sha Tian to kill someone, as long as they left a specific method of communication at a specific place, Sha Tian's men would automatically come to them. Gu Xing did not want his mystic crystals to leak out. However, with the strength he had brought with him, it was difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he could only team up with Sha Tian to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the Golden Dragon Spear, Gu Xing would not hesitate to pay any price. But now, Sha Tian had only sent these two people over. This inevitably made Gu Xing feel displeased. The Gold Killer Mystic Tharch pouted and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Since we have accepted your mission, we will do our best to complete it. There aren't many assassination missions that Sha Tian can't complete." Gu Xing was a little annoyed and said, "As far as I know, there are several mystic thearchs in Ling Xiao's residence. Even if we join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Do you think we have a chance? Or are you planning to assassinate him?" All of Sha Tian's people knew how to hide their auras and had extremely superior assassination methods. Even if it was a weak assassin, they could still assassinate someone stronger than them. This was also the terrifying part of Sha Tian's assassins. Xianxia shook his head and said, "According to our understanding, that Ling Xiao has a strong defensive method, and ordinary assassinations are useless against him. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of our silver killer back then in the medicine capital." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Our silver killer has already lost 10 people to Ling Xiao, and he has been in the limelight recently. Even an ordinary Emperor stage expert would not be able to do anything to him, and ordinary methods would be useless against him. However, this time we have sent out a top-notch gold killer, so Ling Xiao's life is definitely going to be taken. Just prepare the reward." Gu Xing couldn't help but have some suspicions when he heard how confident Xianxia was. Kong Lan, who was at the side, said disdainfully, "I hope you don't ruin your reputation." He was a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, so he had always been rather arrogant. However, the two people in front of him were clearly even more arrogant than him, which made him feel very unhappy. The golden-haired old man ignored him. Instead, it was Silver Killer who licked his lips and said coldly, "If killing a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion can make our Sha Tian's reputation even more famous, I don't mind killing you right now." Kong Lan suddenly stood up and shouted, "If you have the ability, come and try." That Silver Killer's calm eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light, and his palms were already trembling. Gu Xing had no choice but to stand up and say, "Stop arguing. We all have a common enemy, so we should unite against them." He then looked at Kong Lan and said, "Martial Nephew Kong, go and coax your 3 martial uncles away first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to take action. When they leave, you will hear the news of Ling Xiao's death." Gu Xing had used Kong Lan for this purpose. After luring Dwayne and the other 2 Emperor stage experts away, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the future. Kong Lan clenched her fists and stared at the young Silver Killer for a while. Then, she snorted coldly and turned to leave the house. At this time, the old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will reveal our information?" Gu Xing waved his hand and said, "This old man still has some eyesight. This kid is arrogant and can't take even the slightest bit of humiliation. He was taught a lesson by that brat Ling Xiao, so he definitely won't help that brat. Moreover, he still has some use for now." The young Silver Killer suddenly pointed at Gu Xiao and said, "If I can kill that Ling Xiao, how about marrying her to me?" Gu Xiao's killing intent surged as he said coldly, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now." Chapter 752. The auction ended perfectly. Ling Xiao and the rest held a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to celebrate the success of the auction. It could also be considered as a celebration of the completion of Wind Cloud City. The entire City Lord's mansion was filled with a festive atmosphere. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to keep the 3 of them for a little longer, but Kong Lan suddenly came to visit. He didn't know what she had said to them, but the 3 of them had no choice but to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and hurriedly return to the spiritual martial hall. Before he left, he couldn't help but politely chat with Ling Xiao for a bit more. As for Dongfang Jing, it was unknown if she hadn't considered whether or not to share Ling Xiao with other women. The day after the auction ended, she left with her people. However, before she left, she still solemnly said to Ling Xiao, "The 10-year agreement has not passed yet. I hope that one day you will come to our Dongfang family." After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Xiao's reply and left with his people. On the Feng clan side, Ji Beixin was definitely going to stay, and Feng Yaxin and Feng Wuying had nothing to do for the time being, so they decided to stay in Wind Cloud City for a while. After everything was settled, the City Lord's mansion returned to peace. Ling Xiao originally wanted to have a good time with Ji Beixin. After not being able to be together for a few years, he especially missed the wonderful feeling of exploring the true meaning of life with her and strengthening their strength together. However, just as he was about to walk out of the room to look for Ji Beixin, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nostrils. A delicate body wrapped around his strong body, and a coquettish voice sounded in his ears. "Young master, I've successfully auctioned all kinds of spiritual items for you at a higher price. How are you going to reward me?" With this deadly voice, Ling Xiao almost thought that it was Yu Laiyan, who he hadn't seen for many years. After all, not every woman could produce such a charming and seductive voice. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at Yao Qingmin, who was in his arms. He gently caressed her soft hair and kissed her forehead. He smiled faintly and said, "What reward do you want? Young master will give it all to you, okay?" Yao Qingmin's delicate face was flushed red as she gently caressed Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said angrily, "Young master, you really don't have any sincerity." When Ling Xiao heard her alluring voice that could take one's life, his anger flared up. He laughed and hugged Yao Qingmin by the waist. His thick lips immediately pressed against her tender lips and sucked on them with all his might. The sweet nectar flowed into their mouths, causing their hearts to tremble. After a battle of words, the two of them were entangled together like octopuses. The two of them kept probing each other, like dry firewood igniting a raging fire. Woo-woo. Yao Qingmin's jade lips were suffocated by Ling Xiao, and she repeatedly let out soft cries. She pushed Ling Xiao away with all her might, and shouted with a flushed face, "Young master, can you close the door first? If the madams find out, what will this servant do?" Her delicate voice was always so captivating, and her attitude of wanting to reject and welcome made one's desires surge, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. Ling Xiao emptied his hand, and with a light wave, he heavily closed the door. He couldn't wait to properly reward the beauty in his arms and let her experience the true power of his golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao rudely threw Yao Qingmin onto the jade bed and said with a smile, "You silly girl, this young master will give you your reward right now. Enjoy it well." On the bed, Yao Qingmin assumed a seductive posture. Her jade-like legs lightly hooked, her jade-like tongue lightly licked, her jade-like fingers lightly lifted, her jade-like shoulders half exposed, her beautiful eyes filled with affection, and her voice coquettishly called out, "Come, this servant is already ready." This was truly unbearable. Ling Xiao's lust was already on the verge of erupting. Just as he was about to shake off the clothes on his body, a hurried voice came from afar. An anxious voice sounded, "Young master, are you there? The military advisor has an urgent matter to discuss with you." This was Bai Yushi's voice. Before she arrived, her voice had already been heard. It could be seen how urgent the matter was. Ling Xiao instantly calmed down, and the anger on his body also decreased by a lot. On the other hand, Yao Qingmin, who was on the bed, felt as if she had been splashed with cold water, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. For the past 2 days, she had been in a state of happiness because she discovered that she liked the profession of auctioneer very much, and she had also successfully completed the role of an auctioneer for the first time. She really wanted to have a good talk with Ling Xiao, and also wanted to share it with Ling Xiao, who told her to have fallen hopelessly in love with this most outstanding man. Unfortunately, the strong interest that she had just stirred up was disturbed. This really made her feel shy and unwilling. She desperately jumped out of the bed and wrapped her body around Ling Xiao, saying, "I don't care, I want you." After saying that, she kissed Ling Xiao once again, and her jade-like hands were about to tear off Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao stopped her and patted her on the buttocks a few times. "Silly girl, look at how anxious you are. The young master is all yours tonight. The counselor wouldn't be in such a hurry to find me if there wasn't something important. I can't let go to waste." This time, Yao Qingmin was completely out of the mood. She also knew that there were priorities, and she couldn't delay a man's important matter because of a woman's feelings. She could only droop her face and lightly nod, saying, "Then this servant will help young master bathe and change his clothes tonight." Ling Xiao kissed her again, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the room. Bai Yushi hurriedly said, "Young master, the military advisor is looking for you." When she said this, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Yao Qingmin, who was in Ling Xiao's room. It was unknown what she thought of, but a few traces of red appeared on her pure white face, making her look incomparably charming. "Then I'll go take a look now." Ling Xiao replied softly and immediately walked towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Xianxia, Yi Yinfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Ling Xiao were all waiting. Looking at everyone's anxious expressions, Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xianxia immediately said, "I don't know why, but a large number of snake-beak black crows suddenly flew towards the city. I've already had people activate the defensive formation, but the number of snake-beak black crows is too large. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the formation is broken. At that time, they will all enter the city. If that's the case, the residents who have just migrated and the newly built houses will probably, once a large number of snake-beak black crows enter the city, Wind Cloud City would definitely suffer a tragic impact. Those weak warriors and commoners would have nowhere to run. If that was the case, then everything that had just been built would be destroyed in a single day." "Snake-beak black crows?" Ling Xiao exclaimed softly as information about them flashed through his mind. Then he said, "What the hell is going on? Don't they rarely leave their habitat?" Xianxia shook his head lightly and said, "I'm not sure yet. I feel that things might not be that simple. I'm afraid. What if this is man-made?" Yi Yinfeng, who was at the side, exclaimed, "Who has the ability to summon so many snake-beak black crows? This is impossible." The savage leopard opened his mouth and said, "Nothing is impossible in this world. Don't forget that advanced beast tamers have this kind of ability. There are also some special people who can establish a friendly relationship with certain spirit beasts and control them." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly go out and take a look. A mere group of snake-beak black crows is not a problem for us. If it is man-made, I will let them know the consequences of offending this young master." When Ling Xiao said this, his eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. He thought to himself, "It seems that this young master's reputation is not enough. There's actually a clown who dares to cause trouble. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Ling Xiao gathered 5,000 men and horses in the city and rushed towards the entrance to the north of the city. Along the way, he saw that the people in the city seemed to be in a panic. It seemed that they all knew that something bad was going to happen. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and paused for a moment before saying to Xianxia, "Fraud, bring your men over first. I'll appease them." Xianxia did not waste any time and quickly led his men out of the city. Ling Xiao looked down from above and gradually emitted the aura of an emperor. He said to the people below in a clear voice, "Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao. Here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao. Here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao. Here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die." This voice reverberated throughout the city, and everyone in the city heard it. This voice carried an incomparably sonorous and resolute, giving off an incomparably trustworthy and dependable feeling. At this moment, the panicking people all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the figure that was like a true dragon and son of heaven. Their eyes revealed incomparable respect. Before this, the matter of Ling Xiao dispelling the mystery of death in the city and fighting against 10,000 people alone had already been deeply engraved in their minds. It was already widely known. They had a deep sense of trust in Ling Xiao's words, as if as long as Ling Xiao was there, all the dangers would be easily solved. Yes, everyone, do not panic. It's just a mere group of snake-mouthed black crows. With City Lord Ling here, they won't be able to enter the city. Let's all stay here. That's right. If we don't die this time, I will take root here and listen to City Lord Ling's management. We believe in City Lord Ling. You will definitely be able to destroy those snake-mouthed black crows. We believe in City Lord Ling. Cries of alarm rang out one after another. The weaker warriors and commoners all became incomparably determined. Hearing their voices, the blood in Ling Xiao's body began to boil. In the future, you will all be my citizens. I will definitely not let you down. Ling Xiao vowed in his heart as he quickly rushed out of the city. Chapter 753. Outside Windcloud City, the sky was filled with snake-mouthed black crows that screeched and screeched nonstop. A series of strange, unpleasant, and horrifying sounds echoed in the surroundings, causing people's scalps to go numb. That dense and dark mass seemed to cover the sky outside the city. It was completely pitch black, as if demons had descended, and it was hard to see any color in the sky. The sky full of snake-mouthed black crows constantly launched dark attribute attacks, attacking the defensive array that enveloped the city walls. It was also fortunate that this was a Tier 7 defensive array. Otherwise, it would have been broken by the numerous snake-mouthed black crows long ago. Even so, this defensive array was not impregnable. Once the energy was exhausted, these tens of thousands of snake-mouthed black crows would have attacked, and it would be a devastating disaster inside the city. Right now, the person guarding the city entrance was General Wang Teng, Yang Xianfeng's sworn brother. He had received a supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir from Ling Xiao and had also advanced to become a low-tier Mystic Tharch. Beside him were several high-level heavenly venerables. They were all former battle generals of the Storm Mercenaries. They were all valiant generals who were used to seeing life and death situations. But when facing so many snake-mouthed black crows, they still felt that it was very troublesome, and they all felt fear in their hearts. Deputy Commander, what should we do? At this rate, these beasts will definitely attack. A heavenly venerable looked at Wang Teng and said worriedly. Wang Teng's expression was rather doubtful as he said, "Don't be anxious first. Young Master and military advisor have already received the news. I believe that there will be people coming to deal with everything very soon. It's just some Tier 5 feathered beasts. There's nothing to be afraid of. But this number is simply too shocking." That heavenly venerable said anxiously. So what? We've seen all sorts of situations before. With me, Wang Teng around, these beasts can forget about flying half a step into the city. Wang Teng shook the large saber in his hand and shouted confidently. Becoming a true Tharch, he had enough confidence to face all dangers. Rumble. After a series of frenzied bombardments, the defensive light screen shook nonstop. One could even faintly see traces of cracks appearing on it. Presumably, it could not hold out much longer, and this array was definitely going to be destroyed. Wang Teng's body shook as he shouted, "Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts and prepare to kill these feathered beasts." With that, a Class 6 heavenly armor wolf appeared majestically by his side, a wolf howl soaring into the sky. The guards nearby all took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, ready to fight to the death. The defensive barrier still hadn't broken. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, and a look of joy appeared on his face. A large group of people is coming to support us. Everyone, let's shear and kill all these feathered beasts." At this moment, it was Xianxia who had rushed over with thousands of troops. Their forces had been completely formed, and they were no longer as weak as before in the face of these snake-beak black crows that filled the sky. The city guard shouted, "Kill all these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts!" An imposing aura soared into the sky, and for a moment, all the cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. Xianxia saw the cracks in the defensive formation from afar, and he immediately said to the heavenly venerables beside him, "Quickly stabilize the eye of the formation. We must not let them break it." The heavenly venerables received the order, bowed, and immediately flew in different directions. Wang Tong brought his men to Xianxia and said respectfully, "Greetings, military advisor." "Wang Tong, no need to be so polite. What's going on with these snake-beak black crows? Do you know the reason?" Xianxia waved his hand and cut to the chase. Wang Tong shook his head and said, "They suddenly appeared 2 hours ago and gave me a huge fright. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity and activated the defensive formation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xianxia nodded lightly, then looked at Mad Tooth and said, "Mad Tooth, sense and see if there's someone controlling from the front." Mad Tooth was the strongest person here, and with his strength, it wasn't difficult to find the person controlling from behind the scenes through the defensive formation. Without needing Xianxiao's order, Mad Tooth had already closed his old eyes, and his divine sense passed through layers of obstacles and swept through everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the weak aura of the largest snakebeak black crow hidden at the back. Mad Tooth revealed a slight sneer and said, "As expected, there's someone controlling from behind the scenes. Should I immediately capture and kill him?" Xianxia was just about to give the order when the sound of wind being torn apart resounded behind him. Ling Xiao stopped moving and said indifferently, "It's fine as long as we know it's done by someone. They just happen to be testing the loyalty of our city guards. Disperse the defensive formation. Mad Tooth, you can't expose your strength for now, in case they have something up their sleeves." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They didn't understand why Ling Xiao wanted to do this. After all, there were tens of thousands of snake-beak black crows here. Could they really resist them? Savage Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tong had a total of 4 true emperors. Ling Xiao himself could even kill emperors. In addition, the number of celestial venerables had reached nearly 400, and the number of earthly emperors was also nearly 1,500. In terms of numbers, Ling Xiao's group was lacking, but in terms of strength, they could withstand these snakebeak black crows. After all, the snakebeak black crows were only at the advanced 5th order. With a few emperors and hundreds of celestial venerables, it was enough to contend against them. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Young master, isn't this too risky?" Ling Xiao replied, "I'm sure they won't just use this trick. The best part is yet to come. We must not let them down." After a pause, he continued, "Cruel Leopard, Uncle Lu, Xianfeng, Wang Tong, and all those above the Celestial Master level, listen to my order. Once the defensive formation is withdrawn, you must immediately kill them. Don't let a single snake-mouth black crow break through the line of defense. Those below the Celestial Master level, all help in the rear. Once the line of defense is broken, immediately surround and kill them. Understood?" Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and shouted out orders. His expression was extremely dignified, and there was no doubt that he was an overlord. "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were extremely loud and powerful. "Good. Follow me to kill all these feathered beasts. We must not let them damage a single blade of grass or tree in our wind cloud city." Ling Xiao roared and summoned Xiao Jin. Together, they flew into the sky. Ling Xiao truly wanted to settle down in Wind Cloud City. This was the first time he had the feeling of protection. Other than protecting the people he loved, he also wanted to protect everything that had been hard to come by. He absolutely would not allow anyone to trample on and destroy it. Xianxia also shouted, "Disperse the formation and kill the enemy." As his voice fell, the martial artists in the various formation corps immediately dispersed the formation corps, and the defensive light screen in midair immediately disappeared. Caw-caw! Those snake-beak black crows seemed to have been freed in an instant, and they continuously screeched. A large number of snake-beak black crows were like arrows, rapidly flying towards the city. Countless dark attribute attacks continuously bombarded down. In an instant, a large expanse of black light covered the city. It was as if the heavens had fallen, causing people to feel incomparable panic and fear. The citizens who were watching from afar all cried out in alarm. Too many snake-beak black crows. Too terrifying. This is simply a disaster. I wonder if City Lord Ling and the others can withstand it. Why are there so many snake-beak black crows attacking for no reason? Could it be that the curse of death has not been completely broken? We must believe in City Lord Ling. A mere snake-beak black crow is nothing. With an Emperor Stage powerhouse here, no matter how many come, it will be futile. I hope so. As long as City Lord Ling and the others can withstand this disaster, I have decided to stay here for a long time. Come, all of you die for me. Ling Zhao's battle intent surged, and his fighting spirit soared as he brandished the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and charged towards the snake-beak black crows. In a single move, hundreds of snake-beak black crows were blasted into a bloody mist. At the same time, Ling Zhao's world force was released, and his battle prowess was raised to the peak, blocking the attack of a snake-beak black crow. Savage Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Tung, and many other Empyreans released their world force at the same time, and the boundless power instantly formed a terrifying killing power. In just an instant, a large number of snake-beak black crows were blasted into smithereens, and fresh blood splattered across the sky. The merciless slaughter and merciless destruction shook the outside of the city, as if doomsday had arrived, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The snake-beak black crow's attacks were not completely one-sided. Many weaker Empyreans were also injured, and a few were even directly devoured. Fortunately, a large number of Earth Emperors immediately rushed over to fill the gap, preventing them from rushing in. Ling Xiao and the 4 Emperor Stage powerhouses used all their strength to kill, and a large number of snake-beak black crows died. But these snake-beak black crows were like a suicide squad, still charging forward without stopping. And the strength of the snake-beak black crows that appeared at the back was also getting stronger and stronger, and some actually had the strength of rank 6 and above. Their impact force was even more terrifying, and their destructive power was even more formidable. Many Empyreans seemed to find it even more strenuous to deal with them. Kill with all your strength. Don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao also became more and more valiant the more he killed, and his battle prowess reached the peak. Countless golden dragons were blasted out by him to strangle those snake-beak black crows. Not far away from him, Little Gold also had formidable battle prowess. Every time the third eye on its forehead opened, a swarm of snake-beak black crows would be blasted down. This third eye of his grew stronger, and not only could it freeze anything, it could even unleash terrifying killing moves. The few Emperor Stage powerhouses and the spirit beasts that they summoned also reduced their horsepower, blasting down countless snake-beak black crows. The number of snake-beak black crows also dropped rapidly. Everyone put in more effort. They are about to be wiped out. Xianxia, who was overseeing from the back, cheered for them. However, when everyone's attention was on the sky, a few figures blended into the crowd, and they quietly approached Ling Xiao. Chapter 754. Outside Wind Cloud City, the martial artists of the City Lord residents were killing the snake-beak black crows. A large number of snake-beak black crows were killed, and a large amount of fresh blood filled the air, dyeing the sky red. It was a disgusting sight. In this battle, apart from Ling Xiao and the 4 mystic emperors who killed the most snake-beak black crows, there were 2 other people who killed the snake-beak black crows in a shocking number. Both of them were women. They were Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, who had reached the mid-level heavenly venerate level. In terms of surface strength, the 2 of them were far inferior to many people. However, the strength they displayed was far beyond the reach of most people. Feng Xianyun had a heaven-goo body. Even if she did not pay much attention to cultivation, the speed of her advancement was still extremely fast. Her current strength had reached the peak of the mid-level heavenly venerate, and the world power she displayed was the Goo Insect Emperor's world. Its lethality was astonishing. The number of goo insects that covered the sky did not seem to be inferior to the number of snakebeak black crows. They completely swarmed up and devoured the snakebeak black crows. At the same time, she held a pair of mother and child swords in her hands. When the 2 swords joined together, the power of her sword technique was equally astonishing. When the 2 swords danced at the same time, it was as though 2 people were attacking at the same time, killing the snakebeak black crows continuously. As for Ji Beixin, the combat power she displayed made people look at her in a different light. In the past, she was very afraid to attack, and was even more afraid of killing people and spirit beasts. Now, not only was she decisive, but her killing speed was also extremely shocking. She did not even need to get close to the snakebeak black crows. She just sat in the air, and a simple and elegant guqin appeared in front of her abdomen. Her slender, jade-like fingers rested on the profound guqin, and beautiful and pleasing musical notes constantly leaped from her fingertips. This beautiful musical note did not sound threatening at all. However, when the musical notes came into contact with the snakebeak black crows, the snakebeak black crows seemed to be drunk and became extremely sluggish. One by one, they lost their combat power and even showed signs of falling. However, all of this was not surprising at all. The strangest thing was that the profound zither seemed to extend infinitely from the profound zither. These profound zither extended towards the black, evil snake mouths. The zither strings seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around the drunken snake mouth black crows, trying to bind them firmly. However, when the zither profound art wrapped around it, the snakebeak black crow rapidly shriveled up and finally turned into nothingness. Not even a single feather was left. This scene was simply too unimaginable. The others didn't understand what kind of world power this was, but Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin, who hadn't made a move, understood. This was evolved from the Xiantian, Yin, Wind, Baleful Qi. Coupled with Ji Beixin's comprehension, the gray zither was actually the Xiantian, Yin, Wind, Baleful Qi. It had a strong corrosive effect, and it corroded the black crows one by one. Ji Beixin inherited the power of an ancestor of the Feng clan. As her power continued to be unsealed, her speed of advancement was not inferior to anyone else. At the same time, she also inherited the Xiantian, Yin, Wind, Baleful Qi. Later on, she accidentally interacted with Ling Xiao, which gave her the terrifying corrosive power of the Xiantian, Yin, Wind, Baleful Qi. Coupled with the Feng clan's auntie's wholehearted training in the past few years, she had such extraordinary combat power. In addition, Yi Yunfeng's fivefold combat power was also extraordinary. However, his world power was only at the low-grade spirit level, which was far from the 2 extraordinary world powers. As large swathes of the snakebeak black crows were killed, the outcome was very clear. However, Ling Xiao was still in the middle of a killing spree. These snakebeak black crows couldn't stop him at all. He looked in the direction of the dozens of stronger snakebeak black crows in the distance, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. "How dare you invade my wind cloud city? I will teach you a good lesson." However, just as he was rushing forward, he felt someone approaching from the side. Ling Xiao didn't pay too much attention to it. He felt that it was probably a comrade on his side and continued to rush forward. Suddenly, The wind at the back of his head felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. A strong sense of danger made his hair stand on end. This feeling was completely determined by his many years of experience. If he couldn't dodge this attack, then he might die here. However, just as he was about to escape, he discovered that two powerful auras had completely locked him in place. He was unable to move at all. Oh no, it was premeditated. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. His entire body instantly broke out in cold sweat. Just as the attack at the back of his head was about to pierce through Ling Xiao's head, the pressure on his body suddenly relaxed. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. His body rapidly sank down. Whoosh! Just at that moment, a sharp spirit weapon pierced over. In the blink of an eye, the sword still managed to cut off a few strands of Ling Xiao's hair. It didn't really take Ling Xiao's life. There was indeed an ambush. Wait for me to destroy these clowns. Mad Tooth, who was on the city wall, murmured. His eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. Just as he was about to attack, Xianxia said, "Since young master is out of danger, leave it to him." You and Elder Han are the trump cards of Windcloud City. Unless the city is in danger, you definitely can't reveal them. Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't make a move. He wasn't sure if there were more people lying in ambush. If there were, wouldn't he scare away all the small fries if he attacked? Ling Xiao dodged the attack, but in the next moment he was attacked by several auras at the same time. Countless sword tips wrapped around him, and the power to stab and kill seemed to be poured into this one move. Two similar forces superimposed together, and there were two different types of metal energy mixed in on the outside, stirring up the wind and clouds. It seemed like they wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces with this combined move. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 4 different forces drowned Ling Xiao, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. The savage leopard was even angrier. He roared, "Damn scoundrels! How dare you sneak attack young master? Go to hell!" The savage leopard and the demon-armored leopard rushed towards Ling Xiao's side to rescue him. The dark attribute that they emitted covered this part of the world. The sticky blood-colored demonic world made people's hair stand on end. However, before he reached there, a familiar dragon's roar soared into the sky. Roar! A golden dragon soared into the sky, roaring for thousands of miles, and its aura shook the sky. The powerful sound wave and aura shocked the 4 people who surrounded Ling Xiao and made them retreat quickly. There was a little blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, and his clothes were a little torn, but other than that, he was fine. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and his whole body was surrounded by thick, glazed dragon scale armor. He looked incomparably mighty and extraordinary, like a real dragon descending to the world, making people have an impulse to worship him. Ling Xiao's ancient Emperor Divine art had reached the peak of the blood-refining realm, but he didn't have time to cultivate the 6th transformation of the sense-refining realm. His body was already comparable to an ordinary divine tool, and even a full blow from the 4 people couldn't kill him. When Ling Xiao was about to kill the 4 people, he raised his eyes and looked at them in surprise. "So it's you guys." Ling Xiao recognized Gu Xing and Gu Xiao at a glance, but he was surprised that Gu Xiao's hair had turned this color. He was sure that the other 2 were Sha Tian's men. After all, he had absorbed the soul memories of the Sha Tian's silver killers, so he had a certain understanding of Sha Tian's organization. He could tell at a glance that these 2 people were Gold Killer and Silver Killer respectively. He didn't expect the Gu family to join forces with Sha Tian's men to deal with him. He couldn't help but suspect that the flock of snake-beak crows had something to do with them. At this time, the snake-beak crows on the other side were almost completely wiped out. Many experts surrounded Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and the 2 Sha Tian's men. The 2 Sha Tian's men knew that they had lost, and they decisively fled in one direction. "Quick run!" Gu Xing also grabbed Gu Xiao's hand and cried out in alarm as he fled as well. How could cruel leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tung let them escape so easily. They quickly surrounded them with their spirit beasts. However, at this moment, another group of black shadows flew over from a short distance away, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Many of the cultivators who had just finished killing the snake-beak crows were in chaos again. Oh my god, that's a flock of bloodthirsty bats. What the hell is going on? Bloodthirsty bats are even more terrifying than the snake-beak crows. Fortunately, there are fewer of them. Cut the crap. Hurry up and kill them. Don't let them bite you, as they're extremely poisonous. Kill them all. Kill them all. Ling Xiao shouted at the 4 Emperor rank experts. All of you stay here. I'll deal with them by myself. Right? Go kill that fellow who's trying to escape. With that, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Young master, let us help you. Yang Xianfeng was eager to show his loyalty. He cried out in alarm and wanted to follow. Cruel Leopard blocked in front of him and said, "Don't worry, young master knows what he's doing. Let's take care of these guys first. I'll take care of the one behind." With that, he chased after the masked man who was slowly retreating. The masked man was only a high-level Empyrean, but he had been controlling the 2 groups of spirit beasts to attack from the back. Now that he saw that the situation was bad, he naturally had to start running. However, although his speed was fast, he couldn't be faster than the Mystic Emperor's stage, Cruel Leopard. Even a clown dares to jump around. Go to hell, Savage Leopard said coldly, his world force enveloping the masked man and the rank 6 snakebeak black crows. Hee, you can't take my life. The masked man stared coldly at Cruel Leopard, and a black light burst out from his eyes. Cruel Leopard was caught off guard by that gaze, and his figure instantly became sluggish. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The masked man glanced at the demon armor leopard that was pouncing towards him. He did not attack the Cruel Leopard and immediately fled. Chapter 755. The armored devil leopard stopped beside the savage leopard and did not continue to chase after the masked man. The savage leopard came back to his senses, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He murmured to himself, "It's the devil's eye, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. No wonder he can control these feathered beasts. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a disaster." The devil's eye was a different kind of eye. It was an innate eye with a strong demonic nature. Any person or spirit beast with a dark attribute who was stared at by the demonic light would be confused and be controlled by the person with the devil's eye. Of course, it could only be used against those who were weaker than him or those whose minds were not firm. The savage leopard was caught off guard just now. He was much stronger than the masked man, so he naturally would not be controlled by him. However, the temporary confusion was very fatal. If the armored devil leopard hadn't arrived in time, his life would have been hanging by a thread. The savage leopard couldn't deal with a masked man, so he had to go back and kill the last of the bloodthirsty bats. He thought to himself, "I must tell the young master about this. Once this person grows up, he will be quite terrifying." In another direction, Ling Xiao chased after Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and Tu Sha Tian's men. Originally, the 4 of them wanted to escape separately, but when they saw Ling Xiao chasing them alone, they did not do so. They all knew that united they were strong, and divided they were weak. Since Ling Xiao dared to chase them alone, it was just the right time to draw the snake out of its hole and take the opportunity to kill them. Could it be that Ling Xiao could deal with 2 emperors and 2 great heavenly venerables? Even if he really had the strength, when the time came, they wouldn't be able to stop him, right? Ling Xiao fell a kilometer behind them unhurriedly. He could have quickly caught up to them, but he didn't want to do so. He wanted them to die at the moment they were most pleased with themselves. That would be even more satisfying. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's mind was quite ruthless. It was really a far cry from his usual honest self. In fact, he had another idea, and that was to constantly increase his combat experience. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in the future, he felt that using battle to nurture battle power would always be the fastest way for him to increase his battle power. Now that there were two true mystic Thearch-ranked martial artists in front of him, he could fight with all his might. Although his current strength was only that of a high-level heavenly venerate, his combat prowess far surpassed those of the same level. Only by finding opponents stronger than him could he better hone himself. He wasn't blind enough to think that he was invincible. If it weren't for the many powerful helpers by his side, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. He knew that it was safer and more reliable to be stronger than relying on external forces. The group of people chased each other and entered the Death Mountain range. Gu Xing sent a sound transmission to Xianxia. "No one is chasing after us. Let's kill this brat here." This was an opportunity that Gu Xing could not ask for more. His strength was already at the peak stage of a low-tier Mystic Tharch. He was already halfway to becoming a mid-tier Mystic Tharch. With Xianxia by his side, there was no reason for him to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Xianxia nodded lightly. "All right, since he dares to come here alone, let's send him on his way." The four of them paused at the same time and turned around, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. "Have you finally confirmed it? I thought that you two mystic Thearchs were afraid of a mere heavenly venerate like me. If word of this gets out, it won't look good on your old faces." Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and said with a look of disdain. Little B. Aster starred, "You are really arrogant. However, this is the last time you will be so arrogant." Gu Xing's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Beside him, Gu Xiaohe revealed a look of intense hatred and said softly, "I am going to kill you." A cold voice, fluttering snow-white hair, intense hatred, and a powerful aura. Why did Gu Xiaohe become like this? It was all because of the misunderstanding between her and Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. Ling Xiao had saved her several times, and Ling Xiao had even risked his life to let the two of them escape. She had thought that Ling Xiao had risked his life to save them because he liked her. Ling Xiao had secretly pried open a crack in her heart. However, after Ling Xiao had escaped, he had forcefully taken the Gu family's golden dragon spear. Her big brother had wanted to ask for it back, but Ling Xiao had refused. This had caused a rift between them. In the end, after the enlightenment pool had ended, her big brother had gone to find trouble with Ling Xiao and never returned. It was obvious that her big brother had already died in Ling Xiao's hands. Gu Xing guessed that Ling Xiao must have approached her for the sake of the Gu family's golden dragon spear. This time, Gu Xiao had thought that she had been deceived by Ling Xiao, which was why her love had turned into hatred and turned into her current state. However, it was a completely different story for her to become a high-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao naturally did not understand why Gu Xiaohe would have such intense hatred and killing intent. He only felt that Gu Xiaohe was the same as her big brother. Their conscience had been eaten by dogs. He cursed inwardly. "I did save your life, but you're repaying kindness with enmity. Really, good people don't get good karma." The reason why he had taken possession of the Golden Dragon Spear was because he had obtained Zhan Wang's soul memories and drank the Zhan Wang's blood essence when he was still alive. The Golden Dragon Spear had recognized him as its master. Man and spear worked well together. Even if he returned the Golden Dragon Spear to the Gu family, they would not be able to unleash its full power. That was why he had taken it for himself. It was a pity that Gu Yufei's actions had disappointed Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have explained things to them and given them some other compensation. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Gu Xiaohe had already summoned her spirit beast, the Golden Jiao Dragon. Holding a golden spear in her hand, she charged towards Ling Xiao like a female knight. The Golden Jiao Dragon's strength had risen from the peak of the 5th Order to the mid-level of the 6th Order. This speed of advancement was just too fast. He really did not know how the Gu family managed to do it. The other Silver Kill young man grinned and quietly moved to the side, blocking Ling Xiao's back to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar. A powerful dragon-shaped battle intent filled the air. Roar. The Golden Jiao Dragon was startled by the roar. It was as if it could feel the might of the dragons, causing it to freeze for a moment. Ling Xiao dashed forward and grabbed Gu Xiaohe's neck with his golden claw. Gu Xiaohe quickly regained her senses, and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind her. However, this dragon shadow was not in the shape of a real dragon, but a Jiao dragon. Its aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. A golden dragon-shaped armor appeared on her delicate body. The golden spear in her hand rippled with countless spear shadows. At the same time, her world energy began to deduce. In the world of gold, several Jiao dragons roared and golden spears rained down from the sky. This was a mid-grade spirit realm world force, and its attack power was indeed incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He ignored the world energy and continued to step forward. No matter how the Jiao dragons and golden rain attacked him, they could not hurt him at all. Let's stop here. Ling Xiao sensed Gu Xiaohe's killing intent. He had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex, so he threw a powerful punch at her. He crushed a Jiao dragon and destroyed the rain of spears with a single punch. His aura was magnificent and terrifying. Gu Xiaohe hadn't expected that she would not be able to block a single attack from Ling Xiao, even though her strength had improved so much. Her heart sank to rock bottom. Gu Xing swiftly arrived in front of her and blocked Ling Xiao's punch. However, when he received the punch, he only felt a powerful force rushing into his body. Gu Xing's expression changed. Hidden energy. Not bad, kid. As expected of a veteran Emperor rank expert, Gu Xing immediately sensed the abnormality in Ling Xiao's punch. He even forced Ling Xiao's hidden energy out of his body. At the same time, the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer instantly concealed their auras and attacked Ling Xiao from two different directions. Sly Strike, Stealth Dismemberment. Both of them cultivated the Tao of assassination. Once they attacked, they positioned themselves in an unknown direction. The positions of their sneak attacks were also rather tricky and difficult to guard against. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was freakishly strong. No matter how well they concealed themselves, they were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's senses. Since both of you are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips as he started to brandish his golden dragon spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Mantra's third technique, Coiling Dragon Rises. A peerless true dragon burst out of the ground and roared in all directions, shocking the surroundings. Both the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer were startled, and they retreated decisively. However, the Golden Dragon was incomparably domineering. It flipped its body and whipped its tail wildly. Xianxia, who is only a celestial master, was ruthlessly whipped by Long Zhan. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was blasted into a bloody mist and dissipated in the air. Gold Slayer, on the other hand, was very strong. He stabbed repeatedly and finally destroyed the dragon's body. However, the webbing between his thumb and index finger, which was holding onto his sword, was already covered in blood. It was obvious how much effort it took for him to block this attack. Let's not waste any more time. Let's join forces and kill him. Gold Slayer was shocked. He now believed that Ling Xiao had the strength to kill Mystic Thear-cranked martial artists. He immediately shouted at Gu Xing. At the same time, he summoned his Spirit Beast Protector. It was a rat-type spirit beast, and it was already at the low level of a grade 7 martial artist. Gu Xing also left Gu Xiaohe far behind and shouted, "Hurry back to the clan and tell the clan leader to be prepared. This little bee asterisk starred has already grown up." With that, he also summoned his Spirit Beast Protector. It was a grade 7 lion-type spirit beast. The two Mystic Thear-cranked martial artists and the two grade 7 spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. Their auras soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple and turn into a vacuum. Countless gusts of wind howled and blew wildly. Faced with such a siege, Ling Xiao revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. He murmured, "Come on, let me fight to my heart's content." If other Mystic Thear-cranked martial artists heard Ling Xiao's words, they would probably smash their heads against a block of tofu and kill themselves. Any ordinary mystic the arch would have run for their lives. But Gu Xing, a high-level heavenly venerable, was facing two mystic Thear-cranked martial artists and two grade 7 spirit beasts. Not only did he not run, but he was actually so excited. He was a freak. Chapter 756. As the supreme elder of the 18 great factions, Gu Xing had fought countless battles in his life. His strength was not something that ordinary low-level mystic thearchs could compare to. His boundless world power had also reached the strength of a low-grade spirit grade. Countless golden mountains moved like the stars, smashing towards Ling Xiao. Ordinary half-thearchs would probably find it hard to block even one of the golden mountains. His protective spiritual beast was extremely powerful as well. With its majestic and robust physique, it was definitely a king among lions. Its lion roars shook the heavens and the earth as it stared fiercely at the prey it was about to besiege. From time to time, it would spit out powerful golden lights. These golden lights were powerful enough to destroy several mountain ridges. Its might was extremely terrifying. As for Xianxia's boundless world power, it was a world of swords. Countless swords formed a storm that swept in all directions. Every sword chi could cut jade and split gold. His rat-type spirit beast looked around with its sinister eyes. Its body kept moving, its sharp fangs waiting for the final opportunity to bite its opponent and deal a fatal blow. Two emperors surrounded him. Two 7th-grade spirit beasts glared at him. Such a situation was enough to make any low-level mystic the arch tremble in fear. However, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was high. The golden dragon image roared continuously above his head. His power increased by 20 times, and his aura kept rising. 5-colored glazed dragon scale armor covered his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war and an emperor. A desolate world gradually spread out. The tree vines, the ice thorns, the baleful death aura, the heavenly fire, the divine beasts formed a desolate world. It directly enveloped the two men and two beasts. Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerate. However, the boundless world power that he released was not any weaker than the two emperors' boundless world power. In fact, it was even stronger. The power that he released was even more terrifying. The three boundless world power clashed with each other, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Rumble. Countless elemental energies fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain peaks below the mountain range, instantly razing them to the ground. Countless trees were destroyed, and many spirit beasts fled in all directions in fright. As the three powerful forces clashed, the three of them were shocked. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that the combined strength of the two mystic thearchs was enough to make him feel strained. What's more, the two in front of him were much stronger than Yao Kuang, whom he had killed previously. They were definitely not on the same level. On the other hand, Gu Xing and Xianxia were shocked by Ling Xiao's world energy. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao's world energy would be so miraculous and powerful that it could resist two emperor-ranked great worlds. This was simply inconceivable, but what shocked them was yet to come. This was because their large world energy was unable to suppress the small world energy of the other party, and they were constantly suffering from the backlash. First, Gu Xing's Golden Mountain world was burned by the terrifying power of heavenly fire that was spewing out from the volcanoes. Before it could even get close to Ling Xiao, it was completely destroyed. At the same time, the purple flames formed a terrifying Qilin mythological beast and raged towards him. As for Xianxia's world of sword shadows, it was completely blocked by a powerful ice mountain. Countless icicles counterattacked, freezing the sword shadows so that they had nowhere to hide. At the same time, countless chilly winds and death chi flew towards him fiercely, corroding the sword worlds into pieces of scrap metal. As for the lion spirit beast and the rat spirit beast, they were not much better off. In front of the powerful golden dragon mythological beast, they seemed so vulnerable. Moreover, there were several three-eyed wolf king and countless snake-like tree vines assisting them from the side. The two powerful mythological beasts found it extremely difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, those were illusory attacks condensed by Ling Xiao and not real mythological beasts. They were still able to rely on their strong bodies to support themselves, so they did not suffer much damage for the time being. It was just that there were many wounds on their bodies. Ling Xiao, who was maintaining the world energy, did not have it easy either. If not for his powerful mental energy and the extraordinary power of his world energy, he would not have been able to block the attacks of the two emperors. Even so, it was extremely strenuous for him to fight 1 against 4, and the consumption was enormous. These two emperors and 2 7th-order spiritual beasts were not people that Yao Kuang and the others could compare to. To be able to restrain them with pure strength, Ling Xiao could already be proud. I have to get rid of one first. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Xianxia. Ling Xiao did not immediately kill him, because he still had some value. He had already mastered the high-level mental curse, and it was the best time to use it. After all, to deduce the world energy, one needed the spiritual world as a bridge in order to maintain the battle for a long period of time, and to display even more power. If he were to catch Xianxia off guard and cast an advanced mental curse on him, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao also did as he thought of it. He split his attention, maintaining the world energy to continue emitting powerful might, and at the same time, mysterious mental runes quickly overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Xianxia was using all his strength to block the endless Yin wind and baleful qi. He only felt that his powerful aura was constantly being corroded, and it even made him feel an instinctive fear. It was a threat of death. As an assassin for many years, he was very clear about this kind of intuition. What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had the thought of escaping, because he felt that if he were to be touched by even the slightest bit of this strange energy, only death awaited him. However, just as he was about to summon his spirit beast to retreat, something seemed to have barged into his spiritual world, causing him to fall into great danger. In his 2-layered spiritual world, the top was the scene of his world energy, and the bottom was naturally the sea of consciousness. However, compared to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, his sea of consciousness paled in comparison and was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's advanced mental curse carried an extremely complicated method as it continuously suppressed Xianxia's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Xianxia's image appeared in his sea of consciousness. He cried out in fear. What's going on? Why are there these runes here? Although Xianxia was panicking, he immediately took action to disperse the runes. However, these runes seemed to have a mind of their own. They could actually dodge his attacks and entangle his soul. Just as Xianxia was about to disperse these runes with all his might, his body was invaded by a strange power, causing his soul power to decrease greatly. His mind became extremely panic-stricken. The mental runes that had been forced into his body formed a heavenly net that suppressed his weakened soul power. Ark! Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his head and rolled around. His world energy had completely disappeared, and his power was completely withdrawn at this moment. All he could do was scream in pain. On the other side, Guxing was shocked by Xianxia's screams. Although he did not know what was happening to Xianxia, he could already imagine that Xianxia was definitely going to die. He compressed his world energy and smashed dozens of golden mountains towards the Qilin divine beast. At the same time, he raised his long sword and flew in front of his protective spirit beast. His long sword slashed at the tree vines that were entangling his spirit beast, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's go." The lion spirit beast did not hesitate when it heard the call and was ready to escape with Guxing. However, the situation suddenly changed. The rat spirit beast that belonged to Xianxia actually pounced towards Guxing's lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast was caught off guard, and a large piece of flesh was bitten off its neck. Blood dripped down wildly, and it was truly a frightening sight. Roar! The lion spirit beast let out a cry of pain, and at the same time, it swung its two huge front claws at the rat spirit beast. The rat spirit beast was much smaller than the lion spirit beast, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. It dodged the attack in an instant and was about to bite the lion spirit beast in other places. How could the lion spirit beast be willing to be bullied by a mere rat? It immediately turned around and began to fight the rat spirit beast. Guxing was dumbfounded for a moment. Had the rat spirit beast contracted some kind of plague? It had actually attacked his protective spirit beast. Damn it, old friend, let me help you. Guxing could not bear to abandon his spirit beast, so he shouted and charged towards the rat spirit beast with his sword. Just as his long sword was about to hit the rat spirit beast, a strange sword chi stabbed towards him from the side. Guxing's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly spun his body and luckily dodged the sword. He retreated 100 meters away and stared at the person who had launched a sneak attack with disbelief in his old eyes. You, what's going on with you? Guxing shouted at Xianxia, who had launched a sneak attack on him. He had thought that Ling Xiao had sent someone else to ambush him, but it turned out to be Xianxia, who had joined forces with him to kill Ling Xiao. How could he not panic? Xianxia did not speak. The long sword in his hand rippled with endless sword chi, which wrapped around Guxing. The strong killing intent was real. Guxing could not figure out what was going on no matter how hard he racked his brain. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao was calmly watching the show with his arms crossed, he knew that this matter had something to do with Ling Xiao. How did this little asterisk star do it? Guxing exclaimed in his heart. He did not continue to get entangled with Xianxia. Instead, he forced Xianxia's sword chi aside and summoned his protective spirit beast once again to flee with all his might. Unfortunately, before he could escape more than 1,000 kilometers away, a figure blocked his way. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and smiled calmly. Old thing, didn't you want to kill me and take back your Gu family's golden dragon spear? Why are you running away now? This is a disgrace to your Gu family's reputation. Little asterisk starred, don't get too full of yourself. You won't be able to keep me here. Guxing snorted coldly. A few pills appeared in his hand, and he threw them into his mouth. Chapter 757. Ling Xiao didn't know what elixir Guxing had consumed, but his aura instantly soared. His frail body seemed to have swelled up, and blue veins appeared on his forehead and arms. He actually broke through to the mid-stage mystic Tharch cultivation. Not bad. It should be the chaos Tharch elixir, but this old man can forget about advancing in the future. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He squinted and watched Guxing increase his strength. At this time, Xianxia also retreated to Ling Xiao's side and said very respectfully, Fangchun greets master. Fangchun was the name of this Xianxia. He was controlled by Ling Xiao's high-grade spiritual incantation. Ling Xiao's spiritual will had already occupied the deepest part of his soul. All his will and thoughts were under Ling Xiao's control. There was a big difference between the high-grade spiritual incantation and the mid-grade spiritual incantation. The person who was cursed still had their own independent thoughts and could continue to cultivate and advance. It was just that the dominant part of the consciousness was already completely loyal to Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was his second parent. He absolutely obeyed Ling Xiao's words. This was the most magical essence of the spirit controlling art. Think about it. If Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to control many experts, who in the central region could be a match for him? Follow me from now on, Ling Xiao said very indifferently. For this enemy who once wanted to assassinate him, it was already a great blessing for him to stay. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't treat him as well as Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, and the others. Master, his strength is increasing. If we don't make a move now, it will be too late, Fangchen reminded. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just call me young master in the future. I want to wait for him to become stronger. Otherwise, it won't be fun." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Xing's medicinal power had completely exploded. Gu Xing's strength had already reached the mid-stage mystic Thearcha's cultivation. Moreover, he seemed to be unable to control that power. His old eyes had become scarlet. "Little bastard, to be able to force me to this point, you can die proud." After Gu Xing said coldly, his body trembled slightly, and the clothes on his upper body were shaken off, revealing his full body soul. His world force once again began to deduce, and the golden mountains became even more magnificent. The number was also much denser than before. "Die!" Gu Xing shouted and pushed the golden mountains towards Ling Xiao. His speed and strength were much faster than before. Ling Xiao raised his golden dragon spear and plunged into the ancient golden mountain world. Several golden dragons rushed out, their roars spreading for thousands of miles. Their tails swept across, shattering the golden mountains one after another. However, these golden mountains seemed to be endless. They continued to smash towards Ling Xiao. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for Ling Xiao to block them. The web between his thumb and forefinger was so shaken that it was bleeding. The power of a mid-stage mystic Thearch is indeed terrifying. However, this is not enough to kill me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he roared and used his world force once again to deduce. Two different world force once again smashed into each other, creating a deafening explosion. At this time, Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world force could not gain any advantage at all. This was because the ancient Golden Mountain world force was too terrifying. It was not something that a low-stage mystic Thearch could compare to. His tree vines, ice thorns, sinister winds, death aura, heavenly fire, and divine beasts, all kinds of energy were smashed into pieces by the powerful Golden Mountains. Although most of the Golden Mountains were also destroyed, in comparison, Ling Xiao was in a much worse state. Ling Xiao had no choice but to raise his golden dragon spear and use the tyrant dragon spear art to attack together with his world force. He didn't know how many times he had been smashed by the Golden Mountains. If it wasn't for his body that was comparable to a saint artifact, he would have already died at this moment. Ling Xiao was like a small boat in a storm. He was being ruthlessly ravaged, as if the boat could be destroyed at any time. Gu Xing looked at the suppressed Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. He shouted, "Haha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Watch this old man smash you into a meat patty." Gu Xing laughed complacently as he continued to control the Golden Mountains to smash towards Ling Xiao. The concentrated and violent attacks completely destroyed Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world. The mountains, trees, and flowers beneath them had all been destroyed by the energy that splashed down, leaving behind only bottomless pits. Ling Xiao's rainbow glass dragon scale armor also gradually cracked. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered significant internal injuries. However, his face still had the excited expression of being oppressed. He didn't feel afraid or depressed because he was being suppressed. If anyone else saw him like this, they would definitely curse him in their hearts. What a masochist! Old man, your strength is still too weak. Put in more effort. If you continue like this, I will never die. Ling Xiao shouted as he raised his golden dragon spear and continued to deal with the Golden Mountain's energy. Gu Xing was furious. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. Not only did he not let Fong Chen attack, he still had the strength to resist the world force that was blocking him. Since you want to die a little faster, I'll grant your wish. Gu Xing's expression darkened. The longsword in his hand slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head, leaving a streak of golden light in its wake. Hee, perfect timing. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, feeling quite pleased with himself. He had purposely provoked Gu Xing to come and kill him. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to destroy the power of this world before he could reach Gu Xing. Furthermore, He didn't want to use his spiritual power to kill a powerful opponent like Gu Xing, which was why he was taking such a risk. He naturally had his own considerations for doing this. His other arm, which had remained motionless this entire time, stretched out in the direction Gu Xing was coming from. His finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it carried with it an indescribable aura that was enough to stun anyone who saw it. For some reason, Gu Xing was struck by a sense of stage fright when he looked at this ordinary finger. No matter what, you're still going to die. His golden sword slashed down toward Ling Zhao's head. Just as the sword slashed down on Ling Zhao's head, Ling Zhao's finger suddenly emitted a ray of light. This ray of light was the same color as his lapis lazuli battle armor. It was particularly dazzling. This ray of light was a ray of light, a powerful five-colored ray of light that could split jade and gold and destroy heaven and earth. This was the source of all the spiritual power in Ling Zhao's body. He had also absorbed all the spiritual energy in his surroundings and concentrated it on his finger. Three-split divine finger, jade splitting golden finger. Swoosh! The ray of light instantly expanded, and an ear-piercing sound that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth rang out. Gu Xing's sword slashed down like a profound artifact colliding with a spiritual artifact, instantly shattering into pieces. However, the ray of light was still hurtling toward Gu Xing at an extremely fast speed. Gu Xing's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape immediately, but unfortunately he found that he was too close to the other party, and the speed of the finger was so fast that he didn't even have time to blink before it was already right in front of him. No! Gu Xing roared in indignation, but unfortunately he still couldn't change his fate of being hit. Bang! Gu Xing's body was directly smashed into pieces by the terrifying ray of light, and a puddle of blood splattered on the spot. The ray of light continued to fly far into the sky like a rainbow, and only completely dissipated after a long time. What a terrifying finger, a finger that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Zhao had rarely used this jade-splitting golden finger, because every time he used it, it would drain his spiritual power completely. Fortunately, his strength had greatly increased. Now that he had used the jade-splitting golden finger, he didn't have as much spiritual power left. In his current state, he could use it 2 or 3 more times. Once Gu Xing died, the Golden Mountain world would definitely disappear with him. The pressure on Ling Zhao lessened, and his aura instantly dissipated by more than half. He revealed a bitter smile. The 3 divine finger is really powerful. With my strength, I should be able to use the second finger, 3 divine finger, but if I do that, my spiritual power will be drained again. I should wait until I reach the Emperor stage before practicing it. Then, Ling Zhao's figure flew in the direction where Gu Xing had been killed. He grabbed with his bare hand, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. Ling Zhao smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, the Emperor Pill hasn't been destroyed. That's right. The bead in Ling Zhao's hand was the Emperor Pill that Gu Xing had condensed when he was alive. Although the Emperor Pill couldn't be absorbed directly, it was the only material to refine a supreme grade mystic Emperor Pill. Although Ling Zhao had gained a lot in the chaotic abyss of war, he would never complain about having too many good things like this. Fang Qian came to Ling Zhao's side and asked with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Ling Zhao shook his head. "I'm fine." Then he glanced at Fang Qian and said, "Tell me everything you know about Sha Tian." Fang Qian didn't hesitate and immediately told Ling Zhao everything he knew. Fang Qian was a gold assassin, and he knew much more than silver assassin. It turned out that the true headquarters of Sha Tian's organization was located in an extremely secluded place in the central region, a place that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Their organization was actually very powerful, so much so that Ling Zhao found it hard to believe. He had always thought that Sha Tian's organization was at most as strong as a 4th-grade sect, and that was already heaven-defying. However, after listening to Fang Qian's explanation, he realized that Sha Tian's organization wasn't much weaker than the 18 major forces. In fact, it was even stronger than the weaker forces. Jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron assassins had different numbers. They were scattered all over the place to take on missions and rarely gathered together. If they were to gather together, then they would be a very terrifying force. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a strong interest in Sha Tian's organization. If he could make this power his own, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps he could directly challenge the Black Demon sect at that time. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an idealist. He didn't think that it would be easy to deal with Sha Tian's organization. Everything would have to wait for the future. Chapter 758. After killing Gu Xing, Ling Xiao had a new understanding of his own strength. He could defeat low-tier mystic thearchs, but there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-tier mystic thearch. One had to know that Gu Xing was only a pseudo-mid-tier mystic thearch. He had relied on elixirs to break through. If he was a real mid-tier mystic thearch, Ling Xiao might not be able to handle him without using his spiritual energy. I have to wait until I'm stronger before I challenge a mid-tier mystic thearch. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Previously, he had used the Connate Wind Pearl to absorb a huge amount of death aura. He thought that his strength would increase a little, but in the end, only a little bit of energy was returned. Ling Xiao was not complaining. After all, the Connate Wind Pearl had used up too much energy to deal with the Golden Split Dark Pearl. The death aura was only used to help it recover and improve. It was normal that there was no extra energy returned. As for Gu Xiaohe, who had escaped, Ling Xiao did not chase after him. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with the Gu clan. There would be a day when they would face each other again. When that time came, he would settle this once and for all. Gu Xing was dead. Naturally, his protective spirit beast had to die as well. The master-servant contract was just that unfair. Ling Xiao took out the lion spirit beast's beast core and fed it to the Golden Wolf King. It was time for it to enter the ranks of the 7th tier. If it wanted to reach this critical bottleneck, it would need more beast cores. What's more, the Golden Wolf King was a dual attribute spirit beast. It needed 2 times more beast cores than ordinary spirit beasts. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Feng Chun back to Wine Cloud City. Outside Wind Cloud City, the ground was littered with the corpses of black crows and bloodthirsty bats. Blood was still trickling down the ground, and the stench of blood was extremely unpleasant, causing people to have the urge to vomit. Among the corpses of these 2 kinds of spirit beasts, there were also many human corpses and limbs. Obviously, there were many casualties in the previous battle. Xianxia ordered people to take out all the beast cores of the spirit beasts and split up the materials that could still be used. This was not a small amount of wealth. Young Master hasn't been back for a long time. Should I go and have a look? Mad Tooth frowned and said to Xianxia. After the trip to the basement, Mad Tooth thoroughly admired and revered Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao had also skyrocketed. The promise of 10 years had long been thrown to the back of his mind, and he was determined to follow Ling Xiao and do great things. Xianxia shook his head. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the young master. Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin, who were standing on the city wall, were shocked by the massacre just now. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to reach this step. I'm afraid in less than 100 years, he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Feng clan. Feng Wuying couldn't help but sigh. How old was Ling Xiao now? 2 or 3 years ago, he was only a middle-level earthly sovereign. Now, not only was he a high-level heavenly venerable, but he also had a group of capable people under him. He had even occupied a city and become a king. This made Feng Wuying sigh in his heart, and he had a faint sense of respect for Ling Xiao. Feng Yaxin also nodded. I have a feeling that what we have seen now is not Ling Xiao's full strength. Maybe he has more things that we can't think of. I can only say that the Gu clan's ancient kill order will be invalid from now on. Perhaps this is also the biggest mistake they have made. Haha, It may be that our so-called 18 great powers have been at ease for too long. Our phone clan has always been ranked at the bottom. If it wasn't for Aunt, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated. Originally, the clan placed their hopes on Cousin, but she didn't grow up in our phone clan. Yaxin, the phone clan's future still depends on you and me. Feng Wuying drank a mouthful of wine, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. These years, he had been indulging himself too much. Perhaps it was time for him to regain his confidence and work hard again. Feng Yaxin glanced at Ji Beixin's figure not far away and murmured, "Perhaps the rise of our phone clan is just as Aunt said. Sister Xian might be our phone clan's lucky star." There was an inexplicable, complex expression in her beautiful eyes, as if there was envy and confusion. Whoosh whoosh. Two whooshing sounds could be heard from afar. Everyone saw Fang Chun, who was following behind Ling Xiao, and their expressions changed slightly. Savage Leopard rode his demon armor leopard and raised the blood-devouring devil blade. "Young master, step aside. Let me kill him." Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tung also surrounded Fang Chun from several directions to prevent him from escaping. Ling Xiao stopped them. "Don't be impulsive. Fang Chun is one of us." The faces of the Emperor rank experts stiffened. They couldn't wrap their heads around this and didn't understand what he meant. Savage Leopard anxiously said, "Young master, Sha Tian's people didn't betray us. If they failed their mission and were captured, they would usually choose to commit suicide. He must be faking." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. "I know what you are worried about. Fang Chun has been moved by my words. He is sincerely surrendering to us. You don't need to say anything about this matter. I know what I am doing." Fang Chun was already under a high-level curse. In Fang Chen's eyes, Ling Xiao was closer to him than his own parents. How could he betray him? Unless Ling Xiao died one day, Fang Chun would be able to escape from Ling Xiao's control. Savage Leopard hesitated for a moment. He seemed to understand something from Ling Xiao's resolute eyes. He immediately bowed to Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. Since Savage Leopard had expressed his stance, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tung naturally didn't say anything else. However, in their hearts, they found it strange. How did their young master subdue this gold assassin? They didn't believe that a glib tongue could make a mystic the arch willingly follow him. As soon as Ling Xiao landed on the city wall, Xianxia glanced at Fang Chun with a bit of surprise in his eyes. However, he wasn't as worried as Savage Leopard and the others. Instead, he happily said, "Congratulations, young master. You got another capable assistant." Ling Xiao lightly raised his eyes and smiled. "A fraud is a fraud. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you." He paused for a moment, then asked, "How are the casualties just now?" 56 celestial venerables and more than 400 earthly emperors died. The others more or less suffered some injuries. Xianxia replied. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said indifferently, "And I got it. It's enough to be proud to stop those tens of thousands of spirit beasts at such a small price. Go back and make a list of the names. Then we'll go back and reward them." In fact, if Ling Xiao had let Mad Tooth take action at the beginning, there probably wouldn't have been these casualties. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to reveal his trump card too early and let others know that there was a saint in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, he also wanted to know if the people he recruited had the consciousness to work for him. If they couldn't even stop these small dangers, then how could they guard the city for him forever and work for him loyally in the future? A general success was made into ashes. The road to becoming a king or emperor was destined to bleed and die. Those without strength would naturally be eliminated. Ling Xiao didn't intend to guard one side by himself forever. Only after experiencing the baptism of battle would everyone maintain a high sense of crisis. Whoever didn't want to die would constantly strive to improve themselves. Only the stronger one was the longer they could live. After this battle, everyone in the city realized that the strength of the city lord's mansion was quite formidable. Many warriors, merchants, and commoners also felt that nothing would go wrong if they stayed in Wind Cloud City. Hence, many people started to settle down in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, many people started to move over from other places. Wind Cloud City started to move towards a stable stage of development. Various types of shops started to increase, and the number of citizens increased. Free trade also became more common, and there was an endless stream of warriors coming and going. After all, Wind Cloud City was north of the Death Mountain Range. It was a place where many warriors liked to search for treasures. Wind Cloud City became the closest place for them to settle down, and naturally, it would develop very quickly. Businesses such as restaurants and brothels also began to flourish. The Chancellor's residence didn't directly interfere with the participation of foreign merchants. They only cared about collecting a certain amount of income every month. At the same time, they sent people to manage the largest businesses. Apart from these, the Chancellor's residence's biggest source of income was the High-Xian crystals collected from the transmission formation, the fees for entering the city, and the income from the monthly auctions. These are the main sources of income for every city. Once everything was on track, Ling Xiao rarely managed the affairs of the city. As for the defense and management of the fortifications, he handed over full authority to Xianxia. Xianxia's authority was second only to Ling Xiao. A few mystic thearchs also had to be respectful to him. Xianxia first set up a level 7 large array formation around the city to prevent further enemy attacks. He also set up various array formations within the Chancellor's residence. At the same time, he selected a group of heavenly venerables to be the elder of the Chancellor's residence to manage the operations of the city. Every important position was carefully selected by Ling Xiao and the rest. Only those who could pass the test of loyalty would be hired. Not only that, Xianxia also selected a group of talented warriors and started to let them practice the combination formation. Once these offensive formations were successfully practiced, they could work together to stop martial artists who were of a higher level than them. Xianxia did this for Wei Yu's sake, to prepare for future challenges. As Ling Xiao's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Kai Shue, Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin, who were slower in advancing, didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They entered a closed state one after another, striving not to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, one day, they would lose the chance to follow Ling Xiao. At that time, they could only be eliminated. Ling Xiao was never stingy with his women. He provided them with many good cultivation resources so that they could quickly increase their strength. It was a smooth period without too many shocking waves. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose seclusion to cultivate, someone suddenly came to visit. Chapter 759. The person who came made Ling Xiao a little surprised. It was the 7th grade alchemist Wu Fu who had some grudges with the Gu clan. His current mental state was already much better than before. After all, being betrayed by his only disciple was a very painful thing. Back then, Ling Xiao used the quick knot flower to save him. He had hoped to take in this 7th grade alchemist, but at that time, Wu Fu's state of mind seemed to be dead, and he did not have the slightest sincerity to follow him. Ling Xiao did not wish for a walking corpse to follow him, so he only wanted half of his treasures and did not request for him to follow him. Unexpectedly, he actually came knocking on his door now. I didn't expect Master Wu to visit my small place. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Ling Xiao was still very polite as he cupped his hands towards Wu Fu and said. In the next moment, Wu Fu did something that surprised Ling Xiao. He knelt down on one knee and said to Ling Xiao, Wu Fu had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I didn't expect City Lord Ling to already be a genuine 7th grade alchemist. Master Ling, please accept me, Wu Fu. Wu Fu is willing to follow City Lord Ling, even if I have to die 10,000 times. It had been 2 years since the elixir meeting competition. Wu Fu had long received the news that Ling Xiao had taken first place in the elixir meeting competition. He had actually refined a 7th grade elixir in one go, and he had even refined 2 supreme grade Mystic Emperor elixir in one go. This alchemy method had thoroughly shocked many people. When Wu Fu was in the Gu clan, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion, strange phenomena would often appear. At that time, he and Gu Qin felt that Ling Xiao was a 7th-grade alchemist, but at that time he was still at the lowest point of his life and did not care about all of this. After that, Wu Fu left the Gu clan with a disheartened heart. After a period of deep contemplation, he gradually walked out of his grief. It was also at this time that he heard the news from the medicine capital. Ling Xiao had suppressed many alchemy geniuses and won first place in the elixir meeting competition. This news shocked Wu Fu, and he gradually felt some regret in his heart. After all, with Ling Xiao's potential, being able to reach the realm of a 7th-grade alchemist at such a young age, it would not be difficult for him to reach the next level in the future. If he followed him, his level of alchemy might be able to reach the next level in the future. Later on, he heard that Ling Xiao had been issued an ancient killing order by the Gu family, and he had even disappeared from the medicine capital. Wu Fu thought that something bad had happened to Ling Xiao and felt sorry for Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, recently, news of Ling Xiao's shocking deeds in Wind Cloud City had spread. First, he solved the death mysteries of Wind Cloud City. Then, he fought against 10,000 people and killed the Mercenary Alliance army. Not long after, he led his men to kill tens of thousands of spirit beasts and even killed the Mystic Arch, who had joined forces with the Gu clan and Sha Tian. For a time, Ling Xiao's might was boundless, and it shook every single corner of the Central Territory. Wu Fu was also deeply shocked. Finally, after a serious discussion, he still came to Wind Cloud City. Now that Ling Xiao had just established his faction, he was definitely in need of manpower. If he joined him, it would be like sending charcoal in the snow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not reject him. It was precisely because of this that Wu Fu was kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. This time, he came with full sincerity. Otherwise, with his status as a 7th-grade alchemist, there was no need for him to kneel in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the current Wu Fu and felt that his state of mind was indeed different. Seeing his sincerity, his heart was moved. "Master Wu, you don't have to do this. You are making this kid look bad." Ling Xiao politely helped Wu Fu up. Wu Fu insisted on kneeling and said, "I request City Lord Ling, Wu Fu, to follow me." Ling Xiao said, "Master Wu, an outstanding alchemist like you will be treated as a distinguished guest no matter which faction you join. Why do you want to join this kid?" Indeed, with Wu Fu's status, no matter which sect or clan he went to, he would be worshipped. He did not understand why Wu Fu had changed his mind. Wu Fu said in a serious manner, "There are 2 reasons why I am willing to follow City Lord Ling. Firstly, City Lord Ling has saved my life. I, Wu Fu, am extremely grateful. Secondly, City Lord Ling is already a 7th-grade alchemist at such a young age. With City Lord Ling's talent, becoming an alchemist saint in the future will not be a problem. Therefore, Wu Fu only wishes to bask in City Lord Ling's good fortune and see if I can improve my alchemy skills." Ling Xiao said, "Get up first. Let me think about it." This time, Wu Fu did not insist. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. He had always been obsessed with alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine 7th-grade pills with his half-step emperor cultivation. Alchemy was a part of his life. Naturally, he hoped that one day he could become an unparalleled alchemist saint. He did not have any background, nor did he have any alchemy recipes or alchemy techniques above the 8th grade. Becoming an alchemist saint was just wishful thinking. Unless he could join a faction with an alchemist saint, he might be able to interact with them and improve. However, it was impossible to get an alchemist saint to teach him everything. Therefore, he could only place his future on Ling Xiao's shoulders. From Ling Xiao's performance in alchemy in Tenbin, he was sure that there was an expert guiding him from behind. Otherwise, he would not believe that Ling Xiao could reach his current realm at such a young age. Now that he had sincerely come to join, he believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. It had to be said that Wu Fu's schemes were very experienced. He also saw that Ling Xiao was a person who would do great things and would definitely not be stingy with his subordinates. Since Wu Fu had already stated his reasons, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject him. Moreover, he was currently in need of talents. With Wu Fu joining, there would be someone who would help him solve the problem of the alchemy at the auction. He could also stay behind the scenes and be the lord of the city. Master Wu, since you have sincerely come to join us, then this will be your home from now on. You will be our Wind Cloud City's inner palace elder. I hope that we can work hard together and carve out a place for ourselves. Ling Xiao said happily. When Wu Fu heard that Ling Xiao was willing to let him follow him, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, City Lord Ling." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Everyone calls me young master, so you can call me that too. Otherwise, you could just call me Ling Xiao." Alchemists were not easy to find, so Ling Xiao naturally would not use his status to pressure Wu Fu. His way of handling matters had also shortened the distance between him and his subordinates. This was also one of the reasons why his subordinates were willing to give up on him. "Yes, young master." Wu Fu was also a shrewd old fox. He immediately entered his role and said respectfully. At this time, Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to go into seclusion. Previously, he had been thinking about where to find 1 or 2 high-level alchemists and blacksmiths. Now that Wu Fu had delivered himself to his doorstep, he had already taken care of 1 alchemist. If he could find another high-level alchemist, then that would be even more perfect. "Elder Wu, do you know of any high-level blacksmiths?" Ling Xiao asked. "Young master, you want to find a high-level blacksmith to join us?" Wu Fu asked. "Yes. Currently, there are many things to be done in the city. We urgently lack all kinds of talents." Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Although Ling Xiao had already sent Xianxia to recruit talents, the number of people who came were too few or their standard were limited. This really made him feel vexed. It was impossible to establish a force without an alchemist and an armament master holding down the fort. Wu Fu was silent for a moment before saying, "There are many blacksmiths everywhere. However, those who have reached the 7th tier are also rare. Most of them are recruited by sects or families. It is not easy to find people in this aspect." "That's right, this young master is sick of it." Ling Xiao sighed. Wu Fu furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps there is someone who fulfills young master's requirements." But Ling Xiao was a little impatient as he asked, "But what?" "It's just that this person's temperament is extremely eccentric. He has always hidden his name, and very few people know of his existence. It was only by chance that I found out that he is a high-level spiritual blacksmith. If not for that matter, perhaps his standards would not be so low," Wu Fu said with a regretful expression. Ling Xiao did not interrupt Wu Fu. He knew that there was more to it. Wu Fu continued. "That person offended a powerful enemy in his early years, and he fled with his wife and child. Unfortunately, in the process of escaping, his wife's head was injured by the enemy in order to save him, causing his wife's knowledge to be damaged and her mental state to become abnormal. He deeply loved his wife, and so he searched everywhere for a way to treat her. But unfortunately, no one was able to help his wife recover her knowledge. He became disheartened and hid his identity, wholeheartedly taking care of his wife. Back then, he also came to me to ask for help to refine a pill to cure his wife, but I did not have the ability to help him." Hearing Wu Fu's words, Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy and said, "You mean to say that if he has the ability to cure his wife, he might be able to leave the mountain and join us?" Wu Fu said, "Perhaps there is such a possibility. His wife is the person he loves the most. I think that if anyone has the ability to cure his wife, he would be willing to work for them." "Ha, that's good. That's good. Quickly take me to see this person. Maybe I have a way to treat his wife." Ling Xiao laughed and said. Wu Fu continued, "Young master, listen to me first. That person's wife's strength is not ordinary. She has already reached the emperor stage, and the injury to her spiritual world is difficult to repair. She has visited many alchemists from large powers, but none of them were able to repair this kind of injury. Young master, you should think it through. That's even better. It seems that he is a hidden super expert. If I can treat his wife, then both of them will join our city. Our city's strength will increase greatly. Ling Xiao said even more excitedly. Wu Fu looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and said, "Does young master really have a way to solve this problem?" "Cut the crap. If I say there is a way, then there must be a way. Quickly take me to see this person." Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to Wu Fu. He could not wait to find the high-grade spirit tool master. "Young master, this trip is not a short one. Don't you need to make some preparations?" Wu Fu reminded. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "All right, I'll go inform the others so that they won't worry." Ling Xiao went back and gave some instructions to Xianxia and the others. Then, he quickly left with Wu Fu to find a high-grade weapon refiner. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.